Hey, Stig.
Fabian.
Hey.
Hello. Good afternoon. Here at Time is the New Space in Rotterdam, but also those of you who are joining online. Welcome. Welcome back to Iterations. My name is Katía. I will be moderating the symposium today, and I'm really grateful and happy that we are gathering here with you here offline in this space, but also online in these troubling times with ongoing wars and also right-wing politics on a rise, in which we feel privileged, but which we also find it important to come together and hold this space together respectfully and also in solidarity with people in Palestine. Just to say, Vera van der Sijp is on her way from Boston, one of the initiators of Iterations, but she'll be here shortly. I mean, she has landed already. But I would like to say a bit about the symposium, and then also Fabian will tell you a bit more. So I think many of you were already participating and joining this morning, which was full of workshops. And this afternoon, we will be discussing some of the themes that you may have already addressed. And we will do this in depth with our honored guests that will join us in the next hours in this hybrid space. Stig, Møller, Hansen, Bérénice, Courtin, and Naisberg. So how do recent technological developments invite makers to generate new creative avenues? And how is the creative coding landscapes going to evolve in the next few years? But also, what is the role of web tools, machine learning, the ways in which we explore forms of world building? And also, what is the role of creative education in making the field flourish? And these are some of the questions that we will explore today, but also tomorrow again, when we hopefully had some rest and come back. So the team invited an international group of makers from different niches within the field to talk about their practice in the form of presentations, interactive sessions, workshops, and performances. They will share their work with you and bring up questions that may resonate with you and that you can take along with you also into the new year and maybe even the years to come. From embodied interaction design, live coding, and botanical quantum computing to textile work applied to technology. I'm already very curious to learn more, but first I want to give the word to Fabian.
Thank you, Katía. Yeah, so super excited to be here in Rotterdam. I think for me personally, Rotterdam has been, I think, quite an important city where a lot has been happening in terms of media art. I would like to give a shout out to V2, Worm, Klankvorm, Varia, all the Rotterdam-based people here, communities that have been, such an inspiration. New institute as well, I suppose. And I forget, of course, a few other people. But this is Iterations, and Iterations is also a space for experimentation. I would say also in terms of our programming. So this year, new into our program is a panel that we'll host tonight, which explores this field of creative pedagogies, also how we can make creative coding more accessible for youngsters. So that will be interesting, I hope. And of course, in addition, we did a first attempt to map also communities that are maybe in the global south or other instances that are not represented enough. So tonight there's a video gallery of communities who showcase some of their work. And we made a kind of a collage of communities from India and Ethiopia. So it's super interesting to also showcase those communities. But it's also a call for maybe an edition next year where we want to expand on that program part. So this is not this is just a first attempt. We are not showing the whole community yet. Yeah, and then I also want to maybe point out that we have this attempt to map out the creative coding community. So we have a website called creativecoding.community, And this is a mapping of all creative coders, and it's an open platform, and you have to find it, but you can also add to this, you can add yourself or organizations to this platform. Again, this is also an experimental website, so yeah, bear with us. Okay, so to finish off, before we actually start, I need to, of course, thank people. I need to thank, of course, the Creative Industry Fund for all the support, Pictoright Fund, and then the team, obviously. The speakers, Avital for letting us use her workshop space. Time is the new space, operator for the facilities, and you for being here. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we stop the feedback with the 2 microphones. Yeah, I'm quite excited too. Also, I'm very much a learner, so I will also need you to maybe think together and also ask some questions along the way, but I will get back to that. So some of the themes of this symposium, discussing web tools, machine learning, world building, and creative education. Learning and the ways in which we learn is really a central thread. With technology, with the work of peers, but also the work of previous generations, with the histories of creative coding that are sometimes forgotten, but that may still inform the ways in which we work and with what kind of tools, but also how we learn, also how we unlearn habits, for instance, by using our body more often, or by taking a critical stance towards the technologies and the environments we work with, or maybe we don't want to work with. So in short, I think one of the questions of the next 2 days is how can we always be learners, and how can this also be a lifelong process instead of something that we finish when we finish school, whenever that is. And that's a question that we will reiterate today a lot, and that we will also come back again. Fabian already mentioned the closing conversation tonight, which is called Learning on Repeat, on creative pedagogies and generative tools. And for this, I really, really need your input, both of you and also you online, because what we will try to do is we will come back to the questions that our speakers in the next hours will generously give to us and that we can respond to. And then we will also discuss these responses together tonight. And tonight we will also learn more from 4 beautiful creative education projects. So I think we are in great company today, even though we may not, we will bring the speakers to life on the screen here very soon, and also on the screen online. So we have this Curious and Creative group joining us both online and offline. And I think Time is the New Space is quite apt for this symposium, as we are gathering in time. We're also sharing the same hybrid space. And the 3 amazing speakers that we have this afternoon, I really was already admiring their work, or I got to know their work in the last weeks. And they will take us on board in their own creative coding practices, research and artistic practices, and what and whom they encountered along the way. From older design examples as objects to think with, to the forgotten histories of women in tech, to ways of starting and nurturing a creative coding community. An iteration as a mathematical concept, the title of this symposium, where you try to calculate something through a repetitive process, is something I also spoke about with Vera before. And she told me that it's one of the most beautiful programming principles she uses in producing imagery or sound to work with these repeating processes or loops to generate a certain outcome. And it's interesting to discuss the ways in which creative coders use programming in their visual art or design. And even if they use different tools, there are still similarities in ways of working. But also to discuss the ethics in their work, and also how they engage with larger societal issues. And while but also the way in which they collaborate with others or build on the work of other people. Was also nice, of course, that the title iterations prompted the team to organize this event more than once. So this is already the 3rd edition. So I'm really happy to join this time. And now I think I can introduce our first speaker, which I'm very excited about, and which is a great pleasure. Stig, welcome to the screen. Welcome.
Thank you.
Stig Møller Hansen is a computational graphic designer. He bought his first computer in 1989, when some of us were not even here yet, and quickly developed a passion for mixing design and code. 3 decades later, Stig has turned his childhood excitement into a flourishing career. As Senior Associate Professor at the Coded Design Program, DMJX, Stig teaches future generations of designers how to work with code as a creative medium, often by recreating design products in processing. And I think he will talk a bit more about his teaching approach, using art education, computational thinking, and the notion of objects to think with, and how historical graphic design artifacts can inspire new creative coding practices. So Stig, thank you so much, and I give the microphone to you.
Thank you very much, Katya. Let me just get set up here. Need to share my screen here, and hopefully you should be able to see a title slide. Let me see. Yes. Looks about right to me. Perhaps I should just have somebody confirm that indeed you can see the title screen. No?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. Great, and I see it too. Okay, well, thank you, Katya, for the introduction. And generally, just thank you, Iterations, for inviting me. I'm really, really excited to be here today. I have a lot to go through. I have perhaps a very high information density in my slides. I will make sure that they will be available online later. Another little note might be that I'm about to show you some videos. Due to the fact that I'm not in Rotterdam, but participating online, there might be a little bit of a lag, or they might stutter a bit. Don't fret. You will be able to see them all on my Instagram page. So apart from that, I'm more than happy to receive questions, and I believe we will have some time for that after my talk. So for all of you participating online, just send them in the chat, and I've been notified that they will be given to me after my talk. So enough about the housekeeping. Introducing myself, I'm Stig, and as Katya said, I'm a senior associate professor at the Danish School of Media and Journalism, where I'm also the head of Center for Design and Visual Communication. And in my research and teaching, I focus a lot on how code can be used as an expressive medium and how to embed code into visual communication education. We've actually achieved that quite well, I believe, by launching a new bachelor level program entitled Coded Design. This September, we had 23 students enroll, and from what I've seen so far, they really enjoy mixing visual communication and code, but it'll take, of course, 3 years' time before we can see what their true potential is. But we're really stoked at DMJX to have or to be able to offer a program called Coded Design. So today I will be giving a talk in five parts. So let me just go through what I'm going to talk about. First, a little bit about me. Then I will talk about how to teach coding to design students. A little bit about why graphic design heritage is important. Then a little bit about how graphic design heritage can help modern designers learn to code. Then I'm going to sum up, and we have some time for Q&A. And I'm not overly talkative. I have this to be about 45 minutes, give or take a few. I will quickly point you to the Instagram page where a lot of the experiments that I do up to this recoding of graphic design products. You see all of these experiments. I will play a little video. It will lag a little bit. Fingers crossed that it'll get the message across. Hopefully you got the sound. Okay, so a quick disclaimer before moving on. These remakes that I'm to show you, they're really done on original work by a lot of other graphic designers. None of these works are my own, only the based recreations. So essentially, I guess that make a big copycat. Yeah. Ba-doom. So that joke's out of the way. Let's on to the first part. I'm going to talk a little about me and background, and I think it's important context of this to establish a little bit of understanding where we come from and how I look at this design through the lens of a graphic designer. So, as in the introduction, I bought this back in 1999 when I was 30 years old. And it shipped with this magnificent piece of software called Deluxe 3. And really an interest in making animations and graphs and visuals, title screens and stuff. But it also, with this, aids the creator, a little unknown programming environment, but you could really do some awesome stuff on the Amiga. And this was really interesting to me. However, back in 1999, job position as a media designer wasn't really like there yet, 10 years in the future. So instead I had gone in on what was
Stig?
back then known as ethical.
Sorry, Stig, can you hear me? We hear your audio a bit interrupted, so maybe we can try to fix that quickly, because it's a bit.
Is it stuttering?
Yeah, we're just gonna switch laptops, so 1 minute, please.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Stig?
Yes, I
Great.
can hear you.
I think we're going to try again. So I think you can take it
Okay.
from where you left us. Thanks. Sorry for waiting.
No problem. If you missed out on something, I can just back a slot too. Yeah, I'll just up from where I left. I'll talk a little bit about buying this Amiga 500 back in '89, and the decision as a media designer was a thing. It was still 10 years in the future. So I had to run in on become a classical graphic designer. So I bought this book, which was published in 1986, and I began browsing. And when I opened it, there was definitely not computing going on. Even despite the Mac being launched in '94, graphic design industry back in the '80s was still very much an analog trade. So I went on to become a graphic designer.
Sorry, Stig, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We still hear it, so... Well, okay, one very analog idea is maybe you can call us with your phone, because it's probably on the side of your computer. Or... it's probably the audio from the iPhone that is not working?
iPhone aanzet en van de laptop uitzet.
Okay, so if you can turn on the mic from your iPhone and turn off the mic of your laptop, because you're with both devices in the call, I think.
So now the built-in microphone of the computer is there. If I say anything now, is it still...
De mic van zijn iPhone moet aan.
And this is the mic of your computer, but if you can use the mic from your iPhone, perhaps?
Okay. Is better?
More?
Yes. Microphone on. So, testing. Can you hear me?
We don't hear you well yet.
Okay, I can hear you when you're talking on my phone. Unmuted.
Your microphone? Are you close to your microphone?
At all. So the weird thing is like the webcams are working and the screen share is working. It's kind of like just an audio problem, I guess.
Yeah?
Ja, dat is...
Want me to switch to another adapter? If you want me to, I can switch to another adapter. It's an adapter problem.
Hang in there. Okay, we have another more analog solution which we're gonna try out. So please bear with us 2 more minutes. And Stig, Werner will send you a phone number. It's getting more and more crazy. I think. Can you speak to us, Stig? Do you have your phone on speaker?
Ja, ready. Je moet echt aan de tandenborstel door die microfoon.
The mic of your phone is not working well. Okay. No, this was a nice iteration, but not the one yet. No. Stig, Werner is going to send you a Jitsi invite, a link, and that will be our next iteration to try to connect with you. Yes. We do see you well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dit is nog steeds zijn iPhone, hè?
But you're connected with a laptop or your iPhone?
This meeting, the Meet meeting, I'm connected with an iPhone.
I'll ask him to join with his PC.
Yeah. Can you join with your PC instead? Sorry.
So I got you.
Ik denk niet dat hij vaak belt.
Yes.
So I can see you.
Yeah, we hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Well, still? Okay. This would be great.
Oh, thank you so much.
Finger crossed.
You're being so patient.
No, thank you for being so patient. I'm happy we have you back. Let's see if you can share your screen here too.
Yeah, let me do that. 2 seconds. Here we go. Toggle screen share, share the entire screen, share this one. And then hopefully, if I do like so in a few moments, you should be able to see my slides as well. Here we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. Woohoo. Thank you.
Yay! It works. Applause. Yay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're even more excited.
Well-
There's a lot of anticipation now to the next part of your
Yeah.
talk.
Okay. It's been building up, I don't know if I can live up to that, but again, thank you so much for your patience and understanding. I don't know where the problem was. Like it's a complete mystery. So in case you missed out on the start, do you want me to just briefly reiterate, or do you just want me to pick up from where I left?
Yeah, maybe a quick recap. Yeah. I think we left with
A
the
recap.
computer in 1989.
Okay. So I guess for the sake of completeness, also in the recording to be released, I guess later on, I should probably just take it from the start. But I'll run through it fairly quickly. Okay. So Echoes in Code, using graphic design heritage to teach programming. I gave a big thank you to Iterations for inviting me, and I'm very excited. Despite technical difficulties, I'm still excited to be here today. And my name was Stig, and I'm an associate professor at the Danish School of Media and Journalism, where I teach at one of our programs, a very recently launched program entitled Coded Design. It's a 3-year bachelor level program. And as the name implies, it's about combining visual communication with code. So we're really excited to be able to launch that. Hopefully, if time allows, I will talk today a little bit about, first of all, myself and my background. I think it's important to understand the context of what I will be talking about. Then I will talk about how to teach coding to design students, and a little bit about why graphic design heritage is important, and how we can use that to help designers learn to code. I'll sum up, and if we still have some time left, we can do some Q&A. So I've timed this to be around 45 minutes, but we'll see if I can rush a little bit through some of it to catch up on some of the lost time. I introduced my Instagram page, and I was, after that, playing a little video that I will skip now and just move straight ahead to this slide, which is, I think, an important disclaimer to make. None of the works that I will be showing today are my own. That's the works of other talented designers. Only the code-based remakes are what I've contributed to. So making all of these things, I guess, would make me a huge copycat. And yes, again, badumch. So with that out of the way, a little bit about me. As mentioned in the introduction by Katía, I bought this Amiga 500 when I was a wee lad of 13 years old. And I really had a great time with my Amiga 500. I spent hours in Deluxe Paint, making animations and title screens and flyers and all sorts of weird graphical stuff. It also shipped with this Amos, the creator, a lesser-known programming environment, and you could really like unleash the power of your 7 megahertz Amiga 500. Unfortunately, though, back in 1989, the job position of new media designer, it was still 10 years into the future. So instead, I honed in on becoming a classical graphic designer. And for that purpose, I bought this book published in 1986 and began browsing. And as you can see on this spread, there was definitely not much computing going on here. So despite the Macintosh being launched in 1984, the industry very much considered graphic design as an analog trade. So I went on to become a graphic designer apprentice in an advertising agency for 3 years. And after complete, I spent a good 10 years in various Danish and international design and advertising agencies. But still looking back on my Amiga experiments with Deluxe Paint and Amos, I really felt that there was like a intertwined connection between graphic design, visual communication, and code. So I began looking into this just in my spare time as a little hobby, and it has since progressed, where now, as mentioned, I'm teaching at the Coded design program at a design school. But again, I've not received any official training as a programmer. I don't qualify as a professional programmer. I'm very much autodidact, but it just proves that if I, as a graphic designer, can learn to code without any formal computer science training, I guess any designer can if they put a little bit of effort into it. So moving on then to the second part of 5. It's a little bit more about my thoughts that I got into how we teach graphic design students how to code. When I first began teaching creative coding courses more than a decade ago, I actually had books like these, similar books, on the course curriculum for students to read. And really, while they provide a really excellent pedagogic introduction to programming concepts, most of them sacrifice aesthetics in favor of like simple and easy to follow exercises. Case in point, this little spread from Daniel Schiffman's popular learning processing book. He's using this little alien figure named Suk, but the problem with Suk is that to my design students, he's way too primitive and naive. So they just look at it and wonder, like, how can I ever send an invoice on the basis of something that looks like this? Similarly, in the book Getting Started with P5, they have this little robot inspired by Sputnik and HAL. But again, I don't question their efforts, and I really want to reiterate that they are doing an excellent job teaching in this book, but it's just like visually the output is cringe for my students. And once they had browsed these textbooks, they were almost in a state of like mental shutdown. And I thought, oh my God, that's okay. How do I motivate this group of people? And that led me to wonder and reflect a little bit about how should we address programming courses in design schools. So I actually spent 5 years doing a PhD researching on that topic. And in my time as a PhD student, I very frequently encountered the work of a very notable figure, namely Seymour Papert. And he was a pioneering figure in education and computer science, and he developed this logo programming language. And according to Papert, anything can really be easily understood if you can just assimilate it into the collection of mental models that are already present in the learner's mind. And he said, working mostly with children, that they learn best when they're engaged in something that has personal meaning to them. So I took this little quote by Papert, gave it a little spin, and then tried to apply that to designers. And if I want them to be engaged in something, they have to work with something that is meaningful to them. And it could be logos or posters or packaging or design systems. Essentially, borrowing from Papert, I use this little hashtag on all of my posts, object to think with, and it comes straight from Papert. Let me just illustrate what that means with this really highly scientific diagram. If we consider this person to be my students, and this big rock, the new body of knowledge about programming that they have to pick up and understand, then if they're really putting some cognitive effort and work into understanding this, what is really making it like the pivot point, what is really leveraging this, is that if they use a little familiar object to think with to help them move this huge new body of coding knowledge. So again, going with this idea of an object to think with, I just thought, let's replace these two robots, Suk and the Sputnik robot, and then introduce new objects to think with that are meaningful to my students. Because as you can see, they're still made out of geometrical primitives. It's still lines and squares and dots and such, but they're more aesthetically pleasing. So for that, I have just collected throughout the years a huge Pinterest board with existing graphic design products that resemble some sort of like an underlying logical structure, something that you can look at and sort of like deconstruct how it was made. There's a principle behind how it's made. So using this collection as objects to think with, I also introduced this model, and you can see in the link below, there's a link to a paper as part of my PhD where I describe this in more detail. But the gist of this model is that if you look to the right in the column named domain, you will see that I'm starting off in a familiar domain, namely that of graphic design, and just gradually easing that out and transitioning what's more related to computer science. And I'm doing that in 6 distinct steps. So I won't dwell with this. I'll just highlight the benefits of using this method. One of them, and a key benefit, I think, is that if I have to tell my students how to get started with programming, I think it's really vital that, first of all, they learn how to observe, to watch, and to pay attention, and to focus on these objects to think with. Once they've done that, they can start to imitate them, try to copy, replicate, follow, repeat. And once you've achieved that, you can go on to practice that, honing in on the skills, control them, understand them in depth. And once you've done that, you can then move on to try to adapt what you've learned by tweaking it, automating it, hacking the code, removing code, adding new code, adjusting things. And then you will arrive at the design level where you can invent and you can develop and you can create and such. The thing about students, though, is that they would really prefer to skip the observe, imitate, practice, adapt levels and just go straight to design. But I'm using this model to prep them to know why this exercise is crucial for them. So I'm also introducing these objects to think with. I'm throwing out, in this case, like an album cover. And it really is this object to think with if you think of like the motif on a jigsaw puzzle. So I'm showing them what they want to make. And through my live coding lectures and the teaching that I do in the studios, I'm sort of like giving them the pieces to build this puzzle one by one, but they have to put it together themselves. Also, this method is really good for students to keep track of their progress. They have a fixed target to work towards, and they can see how far they've progressed towards that. And that is really, really helpful when you're working along the way. Can also be really scary to venture out into this uncharted and very dangerous coding wilderness. It's very easy for novice programmers and designers without any prior programming experience to get lost in the woods. So by offering them a little like scaffolded exercise, I'm providing, in a sense, a little safe space where they can be happy and don't have to worry about the surroundings. It's also really important that I help students avoid procrastination, that I help them to keep their eyes on the ball. And in this case, it's learning how to program or learning to code, because design students can easily get distracted if you ask them to choose a palette or find a stock photo or look for fonts. So by providing these objects to think with, these decisions have already been made for them. Lastly, I think this way of working with objects to think with is really beneficial for like storytelling purposes. Everybody loves a good story. And graphic design history is full of persons and design studios and artifacts and movements, and we even have impact and drama to keep students engaged. So telling stories about these objects is also really beneficial. Because ultimately what I want to achieve is that I want to heighten their motivation. Without motivation, I can't teach them anything. Nothing will stick. And also, like personally, as a teacher, I like a good laugh. I like a good story. I like lectures to be entertaining and fun. So I don't really want to teach with a stiff upper lip. Okay, let me just move on then to part number 3. Why is graphic design heritage important? It is important because our eyes and brains, they work the same way that they've done in centuries. The environment changes, technology changes. We get access to all of these new ways of media that we can communicate, but the basic principles of visual communications, they survive. So to prove that, I often refer students to books about graphic design history. I've just shown the 2 that I prefer to use here, but there are plenty out there. And just browsing through this is really like a treasure trove of ideas, and also goes to prove the point that visual communication principles are universal. There are certain norms of how we communicate that we still have to keep in mind. We can also see over time that certain trends come and go. We have all of these different visual styles that have emerged, been very en vogue, and then faded away again. But if I just do like this, we can see that around 1984, 85-ish, there's a pivot point where what was once analog became digital. So we're now in a digital age, and we have a tradition that originates back into an analog era. Still, I would argue, styles come and go, but it's like waves crashing in on the shore. Like everything old becomes new again at a certain point, and past aesthetics, they resurface and they just shape for the present. So I think it's vital for designers and creative coding and creative coders, it is vital to recognize this cycling behavior. A Danish philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, said that life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. So I think the same thing goes not for life, but for a disciplinary evolution. Like how has the field of graphic design evolved? Where do we come from? And how do we shape the future? But history has proved that whenever new technology appears, it takes some while for it to mature and find its own form. So case in point, this Photoshop 3.0 toolbar dates back to 1994. And if we look at the icons, it's almost like replicating physical tools, but in a digital environment, even down to the actual human fingertip for the smudge tool, right? Because all of these physical tools back then was what we were used to. They were familiar metaphors with intuitive affordances. So it's only natural that they chose these icons back then. This is known as remediation. It's when you mimic the behavior of one media on another media. So remediation, yes, it's definitely a thing. And if we try to understand that in the scope of trends coming and going, we can apply Kierkegaard's idea of looking backwards and forwards in graphic design history. So if we position ourselves at 2023 and take a look around, the future, of course, we don't know what it holds. But if we look a little bit backwards in time on design history and design heritage, we can understand, we can remediate if we want to, and we can replicate if we want to. But we also have to look forwards, like into the future. And we have to understand how to explore and to innovate and to imagine. And to be able to do that, we must, as graphic designers, creative coders, everybody working with this, have an understanding of digital media. In the words of John Maida, we have to be able to speak machine, to be able to contribute to this ongoing disciplinary evolution. So in short, know your history, okay? Great. I will move on then to part number 4 of 5, and that is actually how we listen to these echoes of past times. What do they tell us? How can graphic design heritage help modern designers learn to code? So I just want to refer back to this Paperian ideas of an idea of an object to think with. So if we look at some actual objects to think with, let's start off with an echo that dates back into the 1950s, 60s, 70s, the late modernism. It's a style that is very suitable for new creative coders. These are just 3 album covers, and they have like geometrical primitives, circles, squares. They use some very basic construction principles that are very easy to decode and to replicate as a very basic exercise for novice programmers. Another echo might be that of past technological production methods. Like we have this poster by Gerhard Vogt dating back to 1972 on the left. And it looks this way because back then they used like photomechanical halftone techniques, and you could use what is known as a line raster to make images like that. Of course, now we don't use raster anymore on our screens, but we still see this idea of a halftone raster technique being applied, even on things that are digital in its nature. So a remediation or a replication of an old photomechanical technique. To the left is a fabric designed by Andrew Foster back in 1972. And it was put on a commemorative stamp designed by Peter Hatch in 1982. And on my code-based replication to the right, we can see how I've really tried to make an effort to find some era-specific color palettes. So here I'm mixing code to make a pattern, but it's also about prompting my students to try to make an effort into understanding the colors of the time and try to match that programmatically. Here's an echo dating back to 1952, an album cover by Eric Nietzsche. And you can see the principle that he applied back then was to have a bunch of circles, and where they overlap, you would put a little dot. And to replicate that in code, we have to talk math and we have to discuss the concept of circle-circle intersection. So thank you, Erik Nietzsche, for providing the opportunity to dive into that. Also, this idea of interpolation, how you go from one value to another value, and that value can represent size, rotation, scale, position. It's visible in this poster by Franco Grignani, a very famous Italian designer, as you can see. And he was very much in his time with the op art optical style, making the poster we can see on the left. And you can see this idea is picked up by Neville Brody in 2015 for this Coca-Cola poster, and then deconstructing the principle in Neville Brody's poster, you can replicate that in code, and we can discuss interpolations as part of that. Here, you can also see an example of how to approach learning more about a specific function, particularly in processing. In this example, a student wanting to learn more about the arc function and how to draw a chord. So taking this function as a reference, the student can find an object to think with that is using these arcs. In this particular case, it's a poster from an old flower show in Bratislava in 1976. But it gives the student a chance to try to incorporate the use of arc and understand that by playing with it and discovering how it works in the process. Okay, I don't know how I'm doing time-wise. I guess we go a little bit over time due to the technical problems, but otherwise just stop me if we need to have a break. Yeah.
You have a few minutes left, and then we can do a quick Q&A. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will just pick this one as another echo from the past that reverberates today. The harmonograph, a very physical analog tool to draw shapes based on physics, two pendulums swinging, and a pen attached, and you can draw all of these wonderful shapes. And we can see that applied on this cover of a magazine from 1946, a poster from 1958, and even in this very famous Vertigo poster by Saul Bass for the Hitchcock movie. And this is actually, because it's physics, we can simulate that. So the Vertigo poster is a great offset for a discussion about how to take physics and the formulas associated with making these patterns and reapplying that principle in code to be able to come up with these permutations of the Vertigo poster. And even, as we can see to the left, it was very famous and very widely used technique back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. But after a couple of years of laying dormant, this wave of harmonograph illustrations came crashing up on the shore again, at least thanks to the digital AxiDraw pen plotter thing. These have very much become en vogue again, and you see a lot of designers exploring the potential in drawing harmonograph pictures. Okay. I also want to perhaps point you to this one as one of the last ones. I have a few that I want to show you before finishing off. But this is, I think, a really great example of how Steff Geisbühler back in 1965 used optics, like camera optics, to make this cover poster for a brochure for the medical company Geigy that he was working at the time. But we can see this swirly pattern has then now very much been picked up by the shader community here in the 2020s. But even before that, in between in the 1990s and around the millennium, we saw a lot of people in the demo scene working with these techniques of using sine and cosine to warp images. But again, things appear and reappear in a cyclical motion. Lastly, then, I think this is perhaps one of my favorites. I really like how this Austin Cooper poster from 1924, it's like 100 years old, but it's an excellent starting point for students that want to explore how to make a very simple particle system. I think it's just wonderful and heartwarming how such an old piece of graphic design can still now be made relevant in coding courses today. The last one I'm going to show you is this one. It's a very recent poster, the one in the middle, by Victor Saxhaug and Jens Obel for like a knitting festival in Norway. And they have this little pixelated pattern. But once you start understanding and, in the words of Kierkegaard, be able to look back and then look forward and try to incorporate some of the more like computational techniques accessible to us as designers today, you can see how this pattern almost resembles these like Wolfram cellular automata rules. And you can then rethink and reiterate this knitting festival poster by adding some Wolfram cellular automata to arrive at a variety of new knitting patterns. So to sum up, I think I just want to say that what we've seen now in this presentation is just represented by this little dot. What you can find on my Instagram is perhaps a little bit more. There are more cases that you can dive into and have a look at. But of course, like in the perspective of graphic design history and the graphic design legacy in general, these are just like small specks, small dots. There's a lot out there for you to discover and to use as these objects to think with on your path to become a better creative coder. But that is only if you look and listen for them. The last thing I have for you is a question that I've prepared for you to reflect on before tonight's closing conversation about creative pedagogies and generative tools. And perhaps I just want to end this talk by prompting you to think a little bit more about the disciplinary history and heritage of your field. Like, how does that influence your current work? And also, if you have to find these objects to think with that are familiar to you, where can you find them? And how can you use them to become a better coder? So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, the technical team, for trying to reestablish the lost connection and actually getting this talk to completion. I will leave you with a little QR code to my website and to my Instagram page. And then that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stig. That was a wonderful presentation. And I'm so happy that we managed to not only listen to echoes, like audio echoes, but that you actually, that we could listen and see all these beautiful visual echoes of previous generations and these objects to think with. I have some questions, but we will have a short Q&A. So I would like to ask the audience here, but also online, if you have any questions, to think about them now, and I will come to you very soon. Maybe just one question that intrigues me is like how these objects to think with really seem to allow for intergenerational conversations about design, because they allow you to get really close to the original design principles and design choices, but also translating it into a contemporary, more experimental practice. Like, do you want to say a bit more about these intergenerational conversations, why they're important, and how do you see them?
Absolutely. I think it's a great question, and I think it's a very relevant question. I think having these intergenerational conversations is about you as a contemporary designer to become more aware of the history that has shaped the visual language of today. An example in case would be what I showed, the Gerhard Voigt poster with the halftone raster. Like, I would, without being too judgmental, I would just assume that a generation of new designers that have been born into a true digital world and grown up as digital natives and are just used to making designs as a digital product, they would probably poke around in Photoshop or whatever design tool that they use and find this halftone raster thing lying in some menu somewhere. But in order for them to understand, why is it there? Why does it look this way? Where does it originate from? And some of the parameters that we can tweak, it requires an understanding of, the heritage, the lineage. Where does it come from? And I think it's really important that we ask ourselves these things with everything that we as designers engage with, because most of the things that we have at our disposal in our design toolbox, in our creative coding toolbox, they all have a history. And I think it's important to know that history to make informed design decisions.
Yeah, that's clear. And how do you think, you talked about remediation, that future generations will work with the material that we are creating today then? I mean, do you like to speculate on that?
I really hope that they will be able to take what we're making now and use it by, again, combining, remixing, keeping some things intact, adding some things on top of that. Really see everything that we put forward today as a resource, as something that you can work with and elaborate on. Designing is an ongoing conversation between the past and the future. And what we're doing now these days is just putting forward what we think is pleasing to us, aesthetic to us, fun even. We're putting some artifacts out into the world for future generations to work with. But I think, I really hope that they will take what we make now and expand upon that, right? Contribute to the ongoing evolution of the discipline.
Echoing the echoes. Yes.
Echoing
are there
the
questions
echoes.
from the audience here in the room? Yes, I have one here.
Right. So hi, Stig. I think it was a beautiful talk. I have more suggestions than question maybe, because I liked your ideas of objects to think with. And I think it's a wonderful tool to learn about our discipline and apply it to new fields. Maybe it could also serve designers to make their field accessible to other disciplines. Like if we use objects to think with, like maybe we look at how cells work and we find, visualizations for that with design and code, and then make biologists aware of how we could, use coding for visualizing or understanding their stuff. I think that would be interesting intersection.
Yeah, absolutely. Fully agree.
Great suggestion. I also have a question from the online audience. Lena Weber is asking what happens aesthetically when handmade designs go generative or digital? What is your take on this? Is there a difference? Is it significant to your practice? And also, is there an archive of all objects to think with you collected?
Yes, to answer the last part first, yes. The Pinterest board that I showed is, of course, it's a public Pinterest board and everybody's welcome to browse around and have a look. Of course, these are just items that are general, graphic design items. So they would, I guess, be useful as objects to think with for general graphic designers. But you can find the link to the Pinterest board from my website. the first part of the question pertaining to the mix of digital and analog, like the handmade, I think it's a really interesting topic, because as you saw on one of my slides, we had this gradual transition from analog to digital, right? It did not happen overnight. But again, I think if I look at some of the digital works that are produced today by a lot of artists and designers in the creative coding community, I think there's a tendency to kind of like wanting to do everything as like digital stuff, right? Whereas I see very few people actually mix these things. Hand-drawn assets would definitely be a thing to kind of like soften up this really like distinct digital look that we see in many pieces. A lot of creative coding today has a very like hard geometrical style, a very like mechanical or pixel perfect look to it. I think it would really like perhaps be the start of a new style or a new genre in the digital realm to try to look back and try to reincorporate handmade stuff into the digital creations. That I would really like to see. We've seen some of the things, even in people working with Reso print, pen plotters. I've even seen Vera putting up some of the things about that, like using knitting machines and such. I really think that would be interesting to see more of in the future.
Thanks. I think we have time for one more question or comment or suggestion or object to think with. Otherwise, I think it would be nice to share maybe your 2 questions with the audience again. And then Saskia here in the room will be handing out some paper, so you can actually, after this talk, also think a bit about the questions, and we will collect them also for tonight. And there's also a link, I think, to a pad in the chat room, which is being entered right now. And so you can also, for the online audience, you can actually leave your questions, your answers to the questions in the pad, so we can collect them there. I don't know, I had a question, like, is there also some frustration in this process? Because it sounds there's so much fun and joy involved. But I don't know, Stig, maybe that, I don't know if that's a nice question to end with, or is it productive somehow?
I think it's absolutely relevant, because I think everyone present in the audience today and everybody listening in online who has had or can recall their first experience of working with code, is like half of the time it's about tracking bugs, fixing bugs, getting stuck, trying to get unstuck. It's really like a frustrating process, and it's also, truth be told, a very big part of learning to program. But I think it's important for the sake of keeping the motivation intact, that you don't start off working with something that is too complicated or complex, because otherwise it's very easy to get lost in this like metaphorical wilderness that I depicted as a forest, right? It's very, very important that I, as an educator and a teacher, help my students pick assignments and pick objects to think with that are suitable for their particular skill level. Because I want it to be a good experience. I want it to be something that they have good memories about. I don't want them to become frustrated.
That's a great way. That is a great way to end. Stig, I want to thank you so much for your patience as well, for sharing all these beautiful echoes with us and your teaching approach. I think we already learned a lot. And I wish you could be here, but you are here with us. So we will share again the 2 questions that you gave us that we will ponder upon in the next hours as well. And a big applause for Stig.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We will have a very short break of 5 minutes. I hope that's okay for you. And then we will continue with Bérénice Courtin, who is already ready. And I think you also got some paper. Did you get a? Well, then you will get it. Saskia will give it to you. So, and you can, in the meantime, think about the questions that we will show you again. Yes. Repeat them for you. Because I think Stig is gone. So the first question is, does the disciplinary history and heritage of your field influence your current work? Why and how or why not? And you can also answer the second question is, which objects to think with are familiar to you? And where can you find them? And how can you use them to become a better coder? So the first one is about, does the disciplinary history or heritage of your field influence your work or not? Yeah. Thanks a lot. And we'll be back. Hi. Welcome back. That was very brief. We will promise you that there will be a longer break after the next session, but we will continue. So welcome back, people at home from online as well. I will immediately introduce our next speaker to you. I'm a really big fan of Bérénice's work. So Bérénice Courtin is a multidisciplinary artist, originally from Paris, based in Geneva. Hello, good to see you here. She focuses on textile arts, installation and performance in relation to codes and language. She's currently exhibited at the Centre Pompidou Metz in an interactive installation called Digital Jacquard. Bérénice's work takes as its starting point the study of the electromechanical machine Enigma, used by her Polish resistance grandfather to encrypt and decipher information. In her artistic practice, she compares the use of this machine to the loom, into which she inserts computer codes. And she has collaborated with artists to create an experimental cinema performance on this subject, which was presented in Barcelona before. And today she will discuss with us her ongoing research and the relation between gender and machines, highlighting the forgotten history of women who played an essential role in the invention of our digital technologies. Bérénice, the floor is yours. We are trying to fix the audio because we don't hear you yet. Which is a... yes.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be there with you, even though I'm not really there. I'm sitting in this funny box in like a nomad cafe or whatever this is called in Paris. And I'm going to start sharing my presentation with you. Thank you for introducing me. Alors. So do you see it well on the screen?
Yes, wonderful.
Yeah. So my project for the past few years is called Webs of Power with Resistance. This comes from a book of Starrock, which is an eco-feminist, and she talks about not really in the sense of digital art, but more of a community of women doing a network of different activist actions. So the base of my work is weaving. So I'm trained as a weaving artist, a textile artist. And this type of textile, this textile has been made on a jacquard loom. So the jacquard loom, as some of you may know, has been talked about as the original computer. So what it does is that as a weaving, you can control each thread individually of the loom, and then at first through punch cards, you could control which thread would go up or not, would go in or not. So here, for example, you see that you can basically, this is what we call nowadays a picture, which is like basically a pixel is the intersection of two threads. So this is me, but this was in an installation and a performance context where I have interactive fabric. So this is the fabric that you saw before that was woven on a digital jacquard loom, and parts of it were connected with a conductive thread, which would react when you touch it. And I'm holding these punch cards that I told you before about from the jacquard loom. So this research has been starting actually during the COVID time. I started comparing what I knew of the machine that my grandfather was using and the loom that I was using. So the machine he was using was Enigma machine, as some of you may know, which we know about from the story of Alan Turing. Mainly, but also there were some forgotten people in the story that now we kind of talk about a bit more. But in the 70s, they realized that actually a group of Polish people managed to crack the Enigma codes during the Second World War. So the Enigma machine was basically a writing machine where you would type a letter and then another letter would come out, and so it was used by Hitler to send cryptid messages. And what we know is that so every day they would change the complexity of this type of coding, which made it more and more difficult. But apparently it would be that the Polish found out this code, cracked this code in Poland, and then brought it to France. And then passed it on to Turing, and most of the Polish crew kind of got trapped in the process and got most of them into concentration camp and died. But yeah, they were hidden in a castle in the south of France, and that's where they were receiving the messages, wearing like outfits as if they were gardeners basically, and pretending to be French. So that's a bit of the story. So this is the Enigma machine, but this one is a bomba, which is like a mix of different Enigma machines working at the same time, decrypting at the same time. And this is in Bletchley Park, so this is where Alan Turing was, which, as you can see, there was plenty of women, like he is one woman, working on it. And this is the Zygalski sheet. So this sheet, this perforated sheet, was first perforated manually. Zygalski was one of the Polish mathematicians that started to use it. So this, like you can see here, the different letters, and it's like the different combination of letters. So if a is a A, then I punch, and then they would put them on top of each other, and then they would find a key, and a key was a different code that was changing every day to see the orientation of the rotors. Because, so for example, if you type letter A, then B comes out, but then you type again letter A, and then it's a C that comes out, because there were some rotors that were turning the orientation, and so the letters would change all the time. So that was why it was so complicated to decode them, and that's why it was changing every day. And here down you see a Jacquard loom. This one on the left is more of a modern Jacquard loom, but with I would say decoding or taking all of the threads individually. And this is what we call in French armure, so like a ligament, let's say, so which gives the structure and also the pattern of the fabric. And this is like the old Jacquard perforated sheets. So this led me to start inventing my own way of encrypting messages, and I started researching of how textile have been a way to hide codes. And actually during the two world wars, it became forbidden to send jerseys, because women were hiding messages with the fact of with the binary 0 and 1 codes. So like, for example, you have up and down, or you have 2 ups and 1 down, and they would have messages like this. But it's quite hard to find a lot of information on it, because obviously it's been more of a domestic art at the time, and also we talk less about these things. But I think to me it makes it even more hard to decode in some ways. So here I made this 3 meters long fabric, woven fabric, which is what I would call an alphabet. So here you have the 26 letters, but that are transcribed into imaginary symbols. So each of them is a symbol. And the symbols are coming from different pictures of different places of resistance in quite a subjective way. But for example, the first ones are coming from where my grandfather was hidden, and then goes towards a place in chronologically a place in France that it's called La ZAD. So it's like the zone to defend, which is an airport that got occupied so that it doesn't get built. And that they're still living there, and they kind of won against the government for it. So here, there are like some pictures that I took there, and some of the pictures, they have their transcription in like a pixelized code, and then on the bottom or on the top is like the micro version of it, where you have one thread, like the intersection of two threads is 1 pixel basically. So it creates this kind of like abstract but also thin patterns here. So yeah, here for example, you can see that this is the tower that was the tower of the airport, which they used actually to see the police coming when they were having some fights and everything. But here you see all of each zone has like different types of letters, and it's a way that I've been using to hide or to have messages in my fabrics. So this is how I would work on it on my well, you can work on Photoshop also. It's just that I had to put individually each of the letters as if my text was written with my symbols. So yeah, and this is a performance where also I was interacting with this fabric, and when touching the fabric that have this conductive thread and connected to the MIDI controller, then processing was connected with Ableton, and so when you would touch the fabric, it would project images and generate some sounds. And let's see if this is working.
In a digital world, and our main powers are to travel in times and to materialize ourselves. We are part of a powerful web that has its own language, mixing ancient times and times that didn't occur yet. Our stories are knitted onto our garments through an alphabet. We are here to share with you some of our stories of where we found refuge in the physical world.
So yeah, I hope you could see it well. Otherwise, I can share also in my as a extra video. But this is a project that was made with other artists, and it's basically the same principle of the weaving, but on knitted garments with the same. Sorry, I just checked. With the same codes, and on each character's outfit, there is their story encrypted on them. So they're also interactive outfits. Now it's charging, so it's a bit annoying. Okay. So the outfits are also interactive. So when you get in contact with them, they generate sounds. And this led me to the installation that is now in Centre Pompidou Metz, so in the east of France, not in Paris. And it's an interactive loom that people can weave into, and that also generates sounds. So the base of this installation was the little old ladies. They were women that were weaving manually the memory cards of the Apollo 11. And they were all sitting in this room and weaving. They were all coming from the weaving industry, or the clock industry as well, and they would make these very intricate electronic connections. And yeah, so to see here a bit of the installation. So there was this loom that you would get in contact with. Sorry, and then there was a projection of the other people that would be in the screen. So the loom was the representation of a screen with their RGB in it, and then you had another screen behind where you had the women that were kind of weaving with you and talking to you. So what they talk about in this video, which was 3D, made in 3D, is these characters that kind of embody themselves in this in-between world, so in between materialized and digital worlds. And it's three characters that embody the norms, and the norms are this like mythological entities coming from the northern mythology, and they are the goddesses or the mediums of weaving. So they basically weave with...
We emanate from within your screen, and you hold the capability to aid us in delicately entwining the essence of what women have long woven into the history of electronic elements.
So they basically interact with the spectator when they come in, and kind of just talk about their own stories. So they have their stories knitted on their outfits, so their stories kind of not really said out loud. But basically what is talked about is mainly their stories of refuge in a context of queer persons, and how they interact with technologies. And yes, so I can go forward. Up. So this is basically the music that was going when you would get in contact with the materialized code of the RGB screen, let's say. So people were invited to weave, and then they would get this sound running. So right now, this is what I've been doing while just typing on my computer random letters. But you can definitely type a text, but that's the same Ableton that was used for the installation. So connected to the And to show you a little bit how weaving works. So before we talked about the digital jacquard loom, but obviously I've been trained as a weaver, and the way a loom is used is so you generally have, well, there are lots of types of looms, right? But the basic loom, you set up some threads called the warp. So let's say the vertical thread on your loom, and then you come and you weave the weft, so the horizontal threads. So here you have the example of this software, which is called Fiberwork, where you can easily create your own patterns if you want to use afterwards for yourself, or connect to also a loom if you have so. So this is here. This is the code that I told you about. This is basically gonna help with the how many of the pedals which pedals you're gonna push. So let's say for the first line, I'm gonna push the first pedal and this pedal, and then on the second one, I'm gonna push this pedal and this pedal, and this is up the way that my threads are set on the loom. Okay, and this is what I'm gonna go weave through. Okay, so this is the changing colors of the threads that you're gonna use, and you can also change the orientation of them. So the way we call this is a serge. So you see, this is the diagonal pattern. So this is basically what you all have on that's the way your jeans are made. If you look very closer, you have to, you can see that there are these diagonals, and this is the serge. It's one of the basic armure, so like ligaments, let's say, in textile. So this is this project was made thanks to different collaborations, different people, and yeah, it was shown also in the festival Octobre Numérique. So it's a festival in the south of France that's mainly focused on video games, but there are some interactive pieces as well. And what's interesting is that it's in these environments. Textile is maybe not the thing that you would think about normally at first, but I find all of these connections quite interesting, like the connection between the beginning of computering and the fact that we don't necessarily think of weaving as computer and a machine, and the perforated sheets as a program. So yeah, this was my presentation. We can go to the questions if you wish so.
Thank you, Bérénice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your talk and also for the weaving demonstration. And now I know how my jeans is built up. That's also great. No, it's nice because in the previous talk, we talked a lot about intergenerational conversations between, in this case, generations of designers. But I think it's really beautiful how you established also a conversation with your grandfather through this method of encryption and of sharing a language. And I was also thinking that maybe unfortunately, like this of course, encryption is still super relevant today in all kinds of political conflicts as well, and war as well. But I have a question for you. You talked also about weaving as a form of resistance, and I was wondering how you see this maybe also as a feminist or emancipatory practice today, especially because you also mentioned that it was very much connected to domestic labor, which has been very undervalued, of course. So how do you see this, and also sharing with others the importance of this practice today?
Yeah, thank you. So also about the thing you said before, I also teach, so it's always good to have this intergenerational connections back to materiality also of codes, but more in a material way, and the Serge as well. If you get to do some hand weaving, you can try it on. It's quite simple to set it up, to try. If you look online, you can find some of these patterns to understand it. As a feminist, let's say feminist practice, for me the weaving, and I wondered for some time. I started working in fashion, and I wondered how I could continue working in fashion in this world that we live in now, and all of the globalized and slavery that is going on. But for me, like, the fact that this is happening is mainly coming from the non-recognition or the low recognition of this kind of practices, and the fact that we need to have people working for such a small amount of money is definitely coming from a very low knowledge on all of this, on textile and on handmade weaving. So for me, it's been a bit of like a battle of times, even though I still feel we are running everywhere, but it's been a bit of battle for the time of the making, because it's a very slow practice, and also a space of connection, because as an artist, it's always a bit difficult to find this community feeling, because you always have to push yourself as this individual important being or whatever. But what I find in weaving is that there is often this sense of community, because I think it's because we all know that we are taking so much time setting up our loom, and we are doing something that probably our grandmas were doing. So we are kind of, I feel like in France, for example, I see that in weavers that I've met on the way, that there is a bit of this collaboration feeling, or what's your trick to make this work? Or because this is something that also, I mean, nowadays there are some great people making, like, for example, AdaCAD. They have a great online software where you can create your jacquard patterns, etc. So there are people meeting up and creating these platforms, but basically most of what you learn is things like you can watch hours of YouTube videos made by this grandma, or like, but it's a lot of things that are said by other people, or something that you have to kind of live and be going through by yourself, or ask people, because yeah, that's that's the way. So it's good and bad, because there are things that you struggle for a very long time. You know, it's not like you have tons of forums like any of your computer problems. It's like you kind of have to dig in. But this is also beautiful.
You just answered all the other questions that I wanted to ask you.
Sorry.
So that's great.
So
No,
sorry.
which is great. I wanted to ask you exactly about this collaborative practice and how you share knowledge online. Are there questions from the audience whose questions have not been answered yet? And online, maybe? I don't know if people are still like intrigued by the. I do have a question here. Yeah.
Hello, yeah, thank you. That was a very lovely talk. I'm sure, maybe I missed this, but was there something about Ada Lovelace and inspiration of weaving as part of, or looming, yeah, as part of the her discovery of the computer, yeah.
Yeah, she was, yeah, like there's this great book, if you didn't if you didn't see it, Zeros and Ones by Sadie Plan. So she made her thesis on the role of women in the digital practice, and she talks about the life of Ada Lovelace. That was, I think now she's more on trend, so we talk about her a bit more, but I think she was pretty forgotten for a while. But yeah, she was she's called as the first programmer, basically. So she was working with Charles Babbage on the how is it called, calculative engine, and they were getting inspired from the Jacquard looms, and with this machine that they created, so that is the first computers. Yeah. So she's a big she's a big inspiration.
Yeah. Any other questions? Because then I would like maybe to ask you, Bérénice, if you have a question for us. Because what we are trying to do is to stitch this, like all these conversations together and to keep on learning together as well. And tonight we will have another conversation, which is called Learning on Repeat. And we would like to go back a bit to our thinking with you also here today. So maybe you have a question for us that we can think about and ponder upon in the next hours. And then we can collect that and also discuss that a bit more tonight. Yeah.
Yes. So what it made me think about, there is the work of Annie Albers also, that is a weaver from the Bauhaus. And so she was a teacher, and most of her work was getting to have people understanding the structure of weaving and making it into art. But yeah, what's very significant in weaving is the structure and the preparative structure. So the question I would have would be kind of how you would take this textile practice in your own practice. So, for example, how would you materialize coding, your own codings into a weaving? I don't know if everyone is a coder, but this is something that always interests me, because I know there is this interest of coders regarding the weaving, but there is also for me like the other part, like what do you see when you see a weaving, and what's inspires you in your work. And also so let's say, for example, a weaving is you have to think of a structure. So it's threads, the perpendicular threads, and in the process of making it, you think of the structure in order to generate the patterns. So this is more of an open question, but like, yeah, how does it talk to you, or how could you use that in your own practice, for example, or your own thinking? Yeah, I don't know if that's...
So the first question could be, how would you materialize your coding into a weaving or maybe other material practice? And the second one would be, how do you learn the structures to get to your patterns? No.
Yeah. How would you use the structure of weavings in your practice? But also, I don't know if everyone has like, this is me thinking of artistic practice more than. But yeah, I think the first one is already.
Yeah.
It's already good.
I think these are great questions. I think there's not much more to add. I think, yeah. Thank you so much, Bérénice. It was really great talking with you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. And I will also watch it back. And thanks also for all the references and books we will read during the big winter break, hopefully. So,
yeah,
thanks
exactly.
a lot. And
yeah, thank you. I hope I can meet you guys at some point.
Yeah.
I wish I could come and do some experimenting and workshops and etc.
Yeah,
but next time.
we'll set up a loom and we'll invite you back. Thanks a lot.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. So, time is flying, and time is the new space, and in our hybrid space as well. So we have Lea Naisberg joining us in, shall we say 10 minutes? Should we do a 10-minute break? And then, yeah, cool. So it's 5 to 4, and we will continue at 5 after 4. Yes. Welcome back. Please take a new seat. Welcome back, people online and here at Time is the New Space. People trying to find a seat. There's more time for drinks after, but first we will have a last talk. So we started today with a presentation by Stig about listening to echoes, like visual echoes of previous designs, and to code as weaving as a form of resistance from Bérénice. And now we will, I'm really excited to have Leah here, Leah Naisberg, who we are connecting to now. Hello, good to see you.
Hello.
Hey, what time is it in New York now?
10:15.
Ah, that's not too bad. Okay.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
But I was watching earlier, so.
Okay.
I did wake up early.
You woke up early.
Yeah.
No, thanks so much for joining us. I will briefly introduce you. Leah Naisberg is a designer and coder based in, as you can see, New York, exploring the future of generative design and interactive technologies. Her work varies in form and includes websites, branding, design tools, logo generators, code experiments, and interactive installations. And currently, she's interested in how human interaction with technology can strengthen human relationships. She's also the founder and organizer of Creative Coding New York City, a weekly meetup for people interested in the intersection of arts, design, and code. And these meetups consist of feedback and critique sessions, as well as sharing a space to work on projects and collaborating with fellow creative coders. And I think you will talk a bit more about how to foster this community and how to create space for underrepresented groups in tech, but also how code can actually become an asset in bringing people together. So Leah, I will give the microphone to you.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Let me share my screen. Can you all see this in full screen?
We can see it.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. I'm Leah. First of all, I want to thank everyone at Iterations, Creative Coding Utrecht, and very especially for inviting me and having me here. I'm really excited and I'm really grateful to be here today. I wish I was able to be there in the Netherlands in person and meet everyone, but we'll leave that for a future occasion. So to give a little introduction about myself and my work before moving on to the main topic of the talk, which is going to be community. I'm a graphic designer and creative coder based here in New York, exploring the future of generative design, interactive technologies. I'm currently freelancing, but the majority of my creative coding work itself is self-initiated. For example, here's a logo generator for a branding project I can see here. Some playful websites, an interactive installation, which I'll get to later on. But a lot of my work is also just experimental type sketches and experiments. And here, also going back to Stig's presentation, here on the left, you can see an interpretation of Dali's Madonna. So yeah, that's like a nice connection that while I was watching earlier, I found. So the original one is just a painting, and I kind of wanted to play with how we can interact with it and see the different perspectives with sliders on the canvas, revealing hidden messages, these types of connections. But I'm also interested in how human interaction with technology can strengthen our relationships. For example, one project that I recently worked on, and I still really want to expand on, is called FaceType, which is a typographic tool that uses the user's eyes, mouth, and nose to draw an input message. And these face parts, it works in real time with the webcam, and these face parts are randomly mixed and matched in the shape of bubbles. And this project really explores how we can make type on the web more interactive, how we can express our feelings and emotions and communicate nuances that we wouldn't be able to see on print, for example. And apart from my personal and commercial work, the side of creative coding that I'm really interested in and I've been involved in is the community aspect. Around 3 months ago, I founded Creative Coding NYC, which is this meetup for people interested in not only the intersection of art and design with code, but basically any field that they want to bring in and that they also use code or are interested in using code with. Everything is welcome. So these past months, a lot of my energy has shifted into creating and maintaining this space for the community. Well, let's talk a little about community. What is community and why is it important? Community is an essential part, I think, of human life. We're happier when we're immersed in it, and we're less happy when we're kind of deprived of community. And we all form part of different communities, and they kind of make us who we are. It can be our family, our friends, our school, work, even our city or country. And community gives us a sense of purpose. Our actions are a lot more intentional when we form part of a community. We have access to support. We are able to give support and receive support. We feel a lot more empowered and inspired. We have the opportunity to share with others and see what people want to share with us and what they bring to the table. And we have a lot more access to different resources. So all of these points are found in any strong community and healthy community. And there are also different ways of categorizing communities, but one way that's really relevant nowadays is when we talk about an online versus an in-person community. And it's no surprise that as soon as humans started going on the internet and interacting online, that we started building communities online. And over time, especially with the growth of social media platforms as the host for a lot of these communities, the amount of them, of these online communities grew as well. And with the pandemic, the amount of everyday activities like school, work, and even just hanging out was moved online for obvious reasons. And our communities suffered. And ultimately, we as individuals did too. And in the beginning of the pandemic, people were trying to collaborate online and trying to make the most out of quarantine and having concerts and really trying to have fun. But when school and work restarted online, over time, Zoom fatigue started to kick in. We lost a lot of motivation and enthusiasm, became a lot more jaded with what was going on. And I bet a lot of you have been in meetings where everyone's camera was off, and some of you were probably scrolling on your phone, kind of disengaged. But I feel like a lot of this kind of stayed like this until today, where a lot of the times the events that are in person, or they're still like online events unless it's considered necessary to host them in person. And there are actually a lot of benefits of doing things online. I think it's really valuable to have online communities. For example, people, anyone with internet access can participate in a lot of these scenarios. So we're exposed to a lot more diversity, and it's also easier sometimes financially when we don't have to rent a space, and people maybe don't have to travel all the time. So there are definitely advantages and a lot of valuable things that online communities bring. But there are also a lot of elements that make up a community that are missing online. For example, it's really hard sometimes to connect with people on the other side of a username that's not their name, or profile picture that's not their name, that's not their picture. And sometimes, you know, like we miss out on body language, on laughter and smiles and hugs, and maybe we don't get an honest reaction. If someone doesn't like something, sometimes you can tell. And when everything's curated through text, sometimes we miss out on that. And if we're lucky enough to even have a Zoom meeting, sometimes we still miss out on a lot of spontaneous things that happen in meetings. You can't really go up to someone, start a conversation, get to know who they are. I feel like it's really intimidating to have to do that online. And we also miss out on maybe getting food or drinks after with a group of people, and really connecting with them in that way. So I think that all of these points that I was mentioning before, you can definitely find them in online communities, but there are aspects of these that could reach their fullest potential when we meet in person. So to talk a little about my story with community and my experience with the creative coding community. This past spring, I was working 9 to 5 as a graphic designer at an ad tech company where the creative team was made up of only 2 people, my manager and myself. And I joined right after graduating, and I had been working online from home alone for 1.5 years. And I was even finishing up college while the pandemic started. So I had already had 3 full years of only online learning and work. And I felt really lonely professionally. I didn't really have a design community to lean on. And I felt like I was navigating my career through a tunnel lens, and I wasn't being exposed to new experiences. And regarding creative coding, up until that point, I had taken programming classes in college. I started off as a computer science major before moving on to design, but I always viewed it as 2 separate things. And then at the end of 2022, I attended InScript Type Festival online, and this was kind of pivotal for me. It's where I was exposed for the first time to a lot of creative coders like Vera and Kiel Muchenklaus and Johan Song. And this kind of planted the seed of being like, hey, I kind of want to shift my work in this direction. So I started following educators like Daniel Schiffman and Tim Rodenbroker. So I kind of started immersing myself, but all of these experiences had been only online. So I still felt a little disconnected in that sense. And one day I saw an Instagram story about something called ITP Camp. And let me preface this by saying that this is not sponsored at all by ITP, but I'm mentioning it because it was really pivotal in the story of why I'm here. And also it was a big inspiration in the creation of Creative Coding NYC and how it operates. So ITP, or the Interactive Telecommunications Program at NYU, is a 2-year master's program that focuses on interactive technologies. But once a year, every June, they do a month-long program or summer camp called ITP Camp. And I signed up, obviously, it was in person. And I also kind of quit my job to go and get the full experience. So this was really important for me for various reasons. The first was that I was exposed to a lot of creative technology, like touch designer and working with sensors and laser cutting and really getting my hands dirty for the first time in person with all of these things that I had only maybe played with like digitally. The second aspect was the learning format. So they call it the Ununiversity, and all of the classes are very lax, and there really isn't a strict learning format. And the important part, at least for me, was that there was a lot of learning to be done between classes when we would all just kind of hang out and work on our personal projects in between. And the last aspect was community. For the first time, creative coders were also my peers. And we built a lot of friendships and relationships and hung out after the camp and would get drinks and food, and kind of we invested a lot of time in creating this type of like tight-knit community. So during the camp, I really wanted to take advantage of all of these amazing people around me with different expertise and really build a project based on things that I wasn't familiar with before, like physical computing. And I decided to build a visualizer, a controller to visualize my P5 sketches and kind of alter them. You know how you have sliders and buttons on the screen? I kind of wanted to bring that into the physical world. And I just want to emphasize that even though sometimes at different points we all felt like we were struggling with what was going on, the community we had built and kind of the environment that we had on the floor was of collaboration and helping everyone. And people with different expertise would help those who maybe were struggling with one area. And if I knew something, like, for example, if I knew a little bit more of P5 than other people, I would help them out with that. And I feel that a lot of this kind of collaborative environment led to our kind of personal projects to become more group projects in a sense. And I was able to finish the project because I got so much help from everyone in every step of the way. And it was really gratifying to have all these people invested in everyone's success. So these are some shots of the actual controller. And here are some output examples from the visualizer. So when camp ended, I knew I wanted to keep meeting up with all these people. So I started looking for more kind of like creative coding events and activities. But I could mostly just find online workshops in a sense. And that's when I realized that instead of kind of learning a specific skill, what I was looking for was an in-person community, that community aspect. And I couldn't find a creative coding insert city here in New York. And online, and there are a lot of online creative coding communities, and I feel like these are great and necessary, and I love them, and I actually participate in them. I think they're really important. They play an important role, especially in our international creative coding community. I think the issue is that, especially with the pandemic, we've lost sight of the importance of a more local and the advantages that come with an in-person community. And I have here some quotes. I asked around here in New York how people felt about the current community here, and Lin Yun, who's a partner at Spacetype and co-director of Type Electives here, kind of talked about how there are a lot of smaller sub-communities in the city, but a lot of them are adjacent or affiliated with institutions like the School for Poetic Computation, ITP, and Design and Technology at Parsons, but that consistent free and open meetups that don't have a specific agenda are always hard to find here in New York. And Beatriz Lozano, also a designer, typographer, and educator here, was talking about how New York is so special in that it attracts different multidisciplinary makers and artists, and maybe creative coding isn't their main skill, it's just one in this like larger toolbox. So there are a lot of people that are working with creative coding here. So I thought that it was kind of silly that with the amount of people in New York, we didn't have this kind of open and free meetup format to workshop our ideas. So I decided to just make it myself. So it all started with this Instagram story that I posted in mid-September of this year, just asking, hey, who would be interested in this idea? Are you down? And I was surprised by how many people were interested, and that kind of gave me the motivation and also slight accountability to then make it happen. I saw a lot of people that were really enthusiastic, so I was like, okay, like, let's actually do this. And from the beginning, I really wanted to start thinking about kind of some like community guidelines and wanted to be intentional about how open and inclusive the group would be. And I kind of took some inspiration from the P5 community guidelines. But I also wanted input from the people that were interested. So I made a Google form with a lot of questions and kind of like detailing what the initial idea for the group would be. And I asked, why are you interested in the meetup? And this is where I realized that I shared, that a lot of these people shared the same experience that I was having with the lack of community. And some themes that I found in their responses were that they were looking for inspiration, a place to collaborate, to get feedback, for motivation. They were looking for also some consistency and accountability and kind of like setting aside that specific time and space to work on creative coding. People were looking for study buddies and also in a more personal note for friends with this common interest. And that kind of led us with this forum and also with the first meetings to kind of talk about the values that we have in creative coding NYC. And again, when I talk about the group, I like to speak in a plural we, even though I'm the main person right now and for now organizing these meetups. It's not about me at all. It's more about creating this space for everyone. So the decisions that we make, we always make together. So we're anti-hierarchical. No one is above any other person or is more important than any other person that comes to these meetups. It doesn't matter if they were only there once or if they've been coming all of the times. We also recognize that the tech industry has been dominated mostly by white, rich, straight, cis men. So we like to make intentional efforts when we come together to foster a more inclusive environment. We're also separate from any institution and its agendas or expectations. We're non-competitive. We're beginner-friendly. We're concerned with accessibility. We're completely free. And the resources that we share, we also like to keep free. And we're open source. So the next step was to find a place to host us, and we're lucky enough to be hosted by Pier 57 in Chelsea, and also completely for free because our meetups are open and free to everyone. And the venue also posts the meetups on their website calendar. So apart from the people we get from our little Instagram and social media bubble, we get people that just show up because they read the description on the Pier 57 website and they were interested. So here are some pictures from our very first meetup. The people that come range from software engineers to total beginners. And our meetups are around 2 hours. And for the majority of the time, we work on our personal projects. So we just sit around at this large table and just work. We do some co-working, some kind of parallel play and sharing with the person next to us and maybe asking like, hey, does anyone know how to do this or that? Hey, here, and then we just like stand up and go sit next to that person. So that's kind of the environment that we're trying to cultivate. Here, for example, and we just like listen to music sometimes. Here at the left, you can see us listening to the Catronata Boiler Room set. So we're just sitting around having fun, but also being intentional about our time and working on creative coding. And then for the last kind of 45 minutes, half an hour, we try to do critique sessions. So someone will come up to the front and share their work in progress. Sometimes their finished work, and we'll try to give feedback and kind of push the project further. And this is also a good time for someone to be like, oh, how did you do that? Or can you explain why you did that? And sometimes we take the time to kind of explain the process of what's going on and learning by sharing, basically. And then another really important part is what we do after the meetups and kind of trying to build those friendships and those relationships and really get to know our peers and our colleagues in the industry, I guess, as well. So this, I think, is in a way as important as what happens in the meetup itself, kind of fostering these relationships. A group of us even went to the Halloween parade together. You can see in the bottom right. And we also like to think about different projects that we can work on collectively. And one that we're starting right now is kind of referencing collective and communal quilting. So in communal quilts, each person kind of makes their own square, and then at the end, someone sews it all together. So you have this like quilt that everyone participated in. And we're starting to build our own digital quilt, which is our Instagram feed. And the idea is, and a lot of people haven't participated yet, we're kind of starting, but the idea is for everyone to kind of take turns and promote the next meetup by making a completely coded poster. And this way we can look back and kind of see people's progress, but also look at us not with a specific like branding or identity, I guess. It's like the branding and identity itself is the collaboration, and kind of also showcasing that we're open to people of any skill set and at any levels. You don't have to know how to code to just come and work with us or learn with us. And then yesterday we had our very first workshop. We did an intro to creative coding with P5, and then we switched into a Christmas tree communal coding. And I also want to note that for now we're completely volunteer based. So I really want to thank Lavanya and Roy yesterday for volunteering to give this workshop. They did an amazing job and we all had so much fun. So thank you so much for that. So we went over just basic shapes and fill and stroke and translate, rotate, all the basics that people would need to make their very first coded Christmas tree. And this was so fun, honestly. Just like people doing things that I would have never even thought of. And kind of, it's really nice to see people play around with these basic shapes and constraints, I guess. And this is, I guess, going back to kind of the quilt concept, all of us with our little Christmas trees. This makes me so happy. And then finally, I kind of want to touch on the interconnectivity between creative coding, the action like itself and the code itself, and its relationship with the values of the creative coding community worldwide. So these kind of are like the values of inclusivity and kind of building collaboration and openness, like these values. So I think these values are also reflected in how we code and the tools that we use as a community, which in themselves have also helped grow and strengthen the community. So an example is having these online editors that are free to use and anyone can access. And what's special about programming and code, I think, in a way, is that sometimes for us, the process itself and how we get to the final outcome can be more important than the final outcome itself. and kind of getting to see that step by step that maybe some other person wrote is really important. So I think that tools like these really facilitate learning. A lot of these tools are for learning are also free. There are many resources. So a lot of these tools encourage learning. In second place, we also, when we code and when we want to build upon another person's code, we have to really understand it. It's not like a more, I guess, visually easy to understand program like Figma, for example, or like Adobe software, where you can kind of like go in and start changing stuff and it'll kind of make sense. You really have to read a whole program and understand what's going on if you want to modify it or build on top of it. So we kind of develop these listening skills as well. Of course, these tools promote a lot of collaboration when it's so easy to just send a link and not even have to download anything, and the person can collaborate with you. And all of these 3 points kind of lead to the growth of us, not just as individuals and artists and designers and programmers individually, but also as a collective and how we advance, as a community. So when we put all of these aspects together, so the code itself and how we creatively code and the values that we bring to the table, as well as kind of fostering this community, I feel like the intersection of all three is where we want to be. That's kind of the sweet spot that will lead to our success. Again, not just as individuals, but as a collective. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Let me.
Thanks for taking us on this tour through New York and the creative coding community there. Maybe one question, because we started more like with the, you and during COVID starting alone, and I was wondering, like, along this way, has your own practice changed as well? As you were talking about how during the meetings you're very invested to collaborate and actually invest in each other's ideas as well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel. Wait, I feel.
Yes,
I
we
hear
hear
a
you.
little echo. I guess. How was my creative practice changed? Well, you're saying like compared to like when I was online to when I started meeting people in person. Yeah. Yeah, I was just exposed to so many, like, I don't know, when I was alone in my room, like I had never heard of shaders. And then for example, right? And I start talking to people in person and maybe we're not doing anything related, but someone just mentions it and I'm like, oh, what's that? And then here I am for the first time trying to write shaders, which isn't that fun yet. But that's kind of, I feel like the more people we're exposed to and like these kind of natural conversations that you have with people, different topics come out. And I feel like that exposure leads, of course, to the evolution of a creative practice. Because again, we're also, I feel like, a reflection of what we're exposed to a lot of the time.
Yeah, I also had to think a lot about how during COVID, a lot of, for instance, people who were living in communal housing projects or collectives were sharing a lot of resources on how to live and work collectively. But also really the infrastructure that is needed, right, to come together as a community. And you are the host, and there's, I think, a great art and also practice of hosting, but it also takes a lot of like energy, but also infrastructure. I mean, you were talking about these elements like the weekly rhythm that seems to be important, or you also set up a structure. And I was wondering like how this self-governance works, or how this is also maybe changing now over time, now that the group is growing, or yeah.
Actually, yeah, in the beginning, while I was talking to people and thinking about how often we wanted these meetups to happen, I think the consistency part was really important, especially here in New York. There's always something to do, and people always joke about always something better to do. So when a meetup happens, for example, once a month, then people kind of sometimes forget about it, and there was like, oh, is it this Monday or is it next Monday? Or so this kind of like consistency of being, it's going to be here always, and it's going to be every Tuesday, and it's always going to be from 6 to 8. That kind of consistency really helps with people showing up and participating more and having it kind of present all the time. And yeah, it takes up a lot of work. Hopefully, more people will start volunteering and helping out with the organization. It can be overwhelming at points, but I feel that kind of like yesterday in the workshop that we had, it just felt so good to see so many people come together and really seeing people learn a lot. So sometimes like it's more gratifying than the amount of work that it takes as well.
I was wondering if there are questions from the audience or people who want to start their own meetings or joining them. Yes.
Yes, thank you for the talk. That was really inspiring because currently I just started a new course on a very awesome school in Amsterdam called Courtin, which trains you to become a software engineer from scratch, and you all program in C and get to know the computer from the inside out. And I'm really a fan of creative coding, and I actually want to start like a small club there, get people together. But there's one thing I'm kind of struggling with is how can I convince these kind of, I guess, programmers to also start with design and stuff, because they seem to kind of hate it, which I find sometimes kind of stupid because, you know, there's a lot of mathematics involved, there's a lot of logic involved in creating beautiful art, right? So like how, I'm just looking for pointers on how to approach this. Maybe you have an idea, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely see the difference in kind of someone coming from an engineering background and someone coming from a designer background into like these meetups. I guess maybe putting them in the same room might be a good way to start, kind of having like pairing people up, maybe a designer that's interested in creative coding. I'm not sure if there's a design department in your school, but if you put people together in that sense and work together, maybe an engineer can start thinking more as a designer, and a designer can start also like thinking more as an engineer. Maybe a good idea could also be kind of like what Stig was mentioning before, making different exercises that are based more in design and seeing if they can kind of start interpreting it from that lens as well. Yeah, that's what I can kind of think of right now. Hopefully that helps.
Any other questions or suggestions or? Yeah. Pass it to you.
It's also, I think, with people, how they work with, some people have like different brain sides, and some are more like more talkative, and others more with visuals. And with this kind of things, you could also separate those people from linguistics and visual interpretation. So maybe that's something. Yeah, your answer? That is like, yeah. Hi.
Thanks.
Suggestion taken. Leah, I also ask you if you have a question for us, as we are trying to stitch all the conversations and presentations together. And after the conversation with you, we will have a break, but then we will come back here. And we've already collected some questions from Stig and Bérénice. But yeah, what would you like to ask us? Because then we will also talk a bit more about it this evening, and we can also send it to you. And then maybe we will, establish this sort of longer conversation that will continue. And then we will all visit you in New York, hopefully. And let's see. And we'll have a summer camp.
Please.
And yeah. So what do you want to ask us?
Yeah, so my question for all of you is, what personal values are important for you to bring into the creative coding community? And how do you think these values can influence our local communities, but also the creative community on a larger global scale? And how do you think these values will affect the code itself and the tools that we create?
That's a very good question to ponder on over dinner. We also wrote it down in case you didn't write it down yourself. So it's over there. Yeah. Any last questions or comments for Leah? I think the Instagram account as a kilt is a really beautiful idea. I think.
Thank you.
It's also a really nice sort of iteration idea, right? To sort of to hand over the to the
I'm excited to see what everyone makes of that and how hopefully in a couple of years we can look back and it'll be much different.
Yeah. And how you were saying, like how all these smaller sub-communities are also, I mean, this is also, we're a hybrid event. We're in a space which is called Time is the New Space. And we're online and we're with you in New York and we're here. And but sort of stitching all these sub-communities together, I think is, let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Leah.
Thank you so much, everyone.
See you soon.
Hope to see you and meet you in person one day.
So before I forget, there is Iterations merch. There are posters and caps and bottles, I think. Not so many, but there are some. So if you're fast, you can get one, I guess. So we will be back here at 8 p.m. for a last conversation, also very much with you. So it will really be an open conversation. And we will start with the questions that were asked by the speakers today. So for people in the room, I think we have some more paper and pens over there. So if you would like to formulate an answer, you can also leave them under the questions there, or maybe you already wrote them down. Online, we also have a pad, so people can leave their responses in the Etherpad. And then we'll have performances, and then the night will follow, and then we'll see what happens. But thank you so much for being with me since this afternoon. It feels like we've covered already a week of conversations, but also time passed by very quickly. So anyway, I see you at 8, and thanks. Good. Hello, welcome back, or welcome to Iterations, the symposium. I hope you're all doing okay. I hope you had a good break. I still see some leftover fries there in the back. We already discussed a lot today, but we want to talk with you all once more and come back a bit to what we learned today in this conversation that we call Learning on Repeat, Creative Pedagogies and Generative Tools. And we would like to talk a bit more about ways of sharing knowledge, modes of intergenerational learning, as we also discussed a bit earlier, including much younger creative coders, such as kids and youngsters. And we will do this with short talks and demonstrations, also by Nikilia, Maxime Schoenmaker, Michelle from Kite Education, and Alvin Arthur. Welcome to you all here. So how do we learn through experimental practices? What are interesting modes of collective learning? What can we learn from how we learn to play with generative tools and iterative processes? And you could say that iteration itself is already an example of learning by repeating processes to generate a certain outcome. And I think we've also seen today that the creative coding community, like at large, because we also explored a bit the scene in New York, for instance. It's a very curious community. So how do we share knowledge and challenge forms of authorship, but also acknowledge the knowledge that we are building further upon? And what kind of educational experiences involving technology and creativity do we find that enable these exchanges? What can we learn from kids? And how to bring these forms of education also to schools or to other accessible spaces. So before we talk a bit more about creative pedagogies, I would like to come back to some of the things that we were speaking about and thinking about earlier today. Maybe just a brief check-in. So who was here? I see some familiar faces, but who was here also this afternoon for the talks? Yeah, okay, so quite some people. So before I was asking our speakers, Stig and Bérénice and Leah, if they also had a question for you. And we also printed them here on the side. And I wonder if you had some time to think about it. And also, if you were not here this afternoon, I will just repeat the questions. And I'm curious also about your answer. So this is a way to sort of reiterate what we were discussing this afternoon and take it with us tonight. So the first question that Stig, Møller Hansen had for us was, which objects to think with are familiar to you? Where can you find them, and how can you use them to become a better coder? And an object to think with is an example from the past that you used to, in his case, some design examples from the past that he used to for creative coding practices. Did someone think about this question already, or do you have a very immediate response? Or was it a very difficult question that can also be an answer? Maybe Saskia, we also ask our people online. No? Okay, well, so this is probably a question that we have to sleep over another night, and then we probably come back to it tomorrow. Then maybe his other question was, does the disciplinary history or the heritage of your field influence your current work? Why or why not? I'm also really curious what kinds of backgrounds or fields that you're all engaged with, probably multiple. That's, yeah. Would someone like to respond to this? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Max, And to answer these questions, I don't know my answer is really like answer these questions, but now I'm having a project to research about Vietnamese architecture because I'm Vietnam, and because living in like Rotterdam and in Holland in general, there are lots of like Vietnamese restaurants. But when I came there, it's not really Vietnamese. It's a mix of different culture, and I cannot recognize my root there. So I'm questioning myself, like, how can I make it look more Vietnamese by researching like documentations about Vietnam. And because now I'm a beginner in coding, so I really want to apply the cultural values in coding, and I was really inspired by Stig. And so maybe I'm thinking about it's just an idea that is stemmed from my mind after his presentation. I'm questioning myself, like, what if I'm applying the architecture structure in coding and applying in design in general? Yeah, that's my answer.
Wow. So it really instigated a new project for you. Maybe, I don't know, maybe someone has expertise on this and would like to share something about this too? Or maybe after. Yeah?
I think not. I don't have that much to add other than there's this metaphor of the web as like a space or architecture. So maybe that's also something to look into, web design or web as a metaphor or other way around, like architecture as a metaphor for the internet. That could be interesting in what you, in addition to what you said.
Nice one, thanks. We have some feedback over here. Feedback is nice, but let's see if it's okay. Yes, then we had Bérénice, who talked about weaving as a feminist practice and weaving and coding, and she actually asked us, how would you materialize? Do you hear me like this as well? We can also do that, actually. Do I need a mic? Oh, yes, for online, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so how would you materialize coding into a weaving pattern? Yeah. Or a weaving practice. I think that could work too. Someone works on weaving, matters of weaving. Yeah?
Can I add something to the first question from Stig?
Yes, sure.
I just wanted to say...
Maybe we should give you a mic as well. I have an extra one here, so we can pass it around.
To Stig's first question, I want to add that I'm also working in the field of creative coding, graphic design, and there's an artist, Vera Molnar. She's still living. I think she passed. Okay, I'm not informed. But I think it's really interesting to look at her work because like she started in the analog era. Maybe you know her work already. And she kind of made a transition from analog to digital, so it's very interesting to see her work. She's like, even before programming was a thing, she kind of made rules in her mind. You know, how could I divide the squares on my canvas? Could they rotate?
Can everyone hear you? Yeah?
Not sure.
Is it okay? Okay. Yeah.
Test. Hello. Yeah. Yep. Just want to say that it's very inspirational to look at her work and to see how she transitions from analog to digital. And you can always see in her work there are some rules behind the composition, and it's always like computational thinking, coding thinking. And yeah, so this would be for me an object to think with. Just analyzing her work, trying to find the patterns behind the compositions, trying to recreate them with code, and also seeing how she transitioned from analog compositions to coded compositions. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good example. I actually interviewed the other Vera just behind you a year ago, and we also talked about Vera Møller. I don't know if you want to add something or... or something about weaving as well. Maybe you want to respond to Bérénice's
I
practice.
So I knit. It's something else than weaving, but only knitters and weavers seem to really know that difference. But so for me, it went the other way around, where actually I was making animations and design, and at some point I realized that all of them could be knitting patterns because there was just 2 colors. And yeah, you could actually see the pixels as stitches. So I was already thinking in knitting patterns without doing the actual physical knitting work. And now it actually really helps me to think like that sometimes, because I'm like, oh, if I would make a piece of textile out of this, like how could I translate the colors into, instead of like having maybe 8 colors, like how can I use 3 colors only so that I can actually knit it? So I really like that question, but it's a very specific question, I guess. Yeah. And also, yeah, we just talked about it, but Vera Molnar, she almost became 100 years old. She passed away at 99, like 2 weeks ago, very sadly, but yeah, really great artist.
Yes. Thanks. Yeah, then maybe the Leah also. So Leah was talking also for all people who just came here. We also had Leah here, who started a creative coding meetup in New York City, and she asked us what values are important for you to bring to your creative coding community, maybe other communities as well, and how do you think these values will affect the code that you use yourself and the tools we or you create. Few questions into one, but maybe you have some thoughts on this. There was one person who tried to talk with engineers about design, which was difficult. Maybe, I don't know if this person is still here. And Saskia, did people online respond to this? Okay, well, then we will think about this question a bit more over the course of the night. Then I think it's time to shift to learning with a group from a younger generation, some younger participants. And for this, we invite 4 speakers from the creative coding community who are making tools and learning environments for children and youngsters. And I would like to start with you, Nikki, if you would like to join me. So, Nikki, do you want to sit over here? Oh, yeah. And you will get your own mic. So, Nikki is, you're an interactive media designer, creative coder, and VJ based here in Rotterdam, but you're also studying in The Hague, the KBK. Growing up, aspiring to be a computer hacker left her with the drive to unravel and understand the systems and technologies that shape our everyday lives. Online activism, data, microwaves, feminism, and VHS tapes, oh yeah, are some subjects that she has transformed into interactive works. Using a multidisciplinary approach, your skills are very diverse, including electronics, 3D, web development, and touch designer, mostly inspired by internet culture, your dog, and nature. Maybe we can talk more about that too. And in your experimental VJ sets, which I think will enjoy a bit later as well. And your performances, you like to use both analog video mixers, title makers, DIY electronics, and circuit bending. Well, there's a lot more to say. Wow, it's really a lot. You have been part of the digital care program of Lima, and you're currently an artist in residence at Creative Coding Utrecht. And then I wanted to say what you're actually going to say, so maybe you can actually present the project yourself.
Yes. Does it work this close? Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah? I don't know if the microphone is working or not. So, okay, great. So, what I'm working on right now. Okay, Right now, with Creative Coding Utrecht, I'm working on a really nice project. I actually will show a little demonstration later here. And it's these blocks that you can use to write code. Well, not write it on a computer, but it helps you a lot to make a line of code in this thing called Hydra. It's a live coding environment that you can access through the web browser. It's made by Olivia Jack, and she was inspired by these analog video synthesizers, which I find also really cool. And then Sebastian, who is also here, introduced it to me one day, and I was really intrigued by all the possibilities. And also analog video synthesizers are very expensive. This, you can just go on your laptop if you have internet, can just use it. It's very accessible, and you can just start using it. But then you have to write code on a computer, and it can be a little scary to some people. At least it was to me in the beginning as well, because I don't have a traditional coding background. So the idea was to find a way to make it more accessible for children. I think, yeah, younger people, children, teenager, whatever, to make them start out with this, because Hydra is a very visual program. You create visuals with it, and this way you have this very direct feedback of like what you code is what you see if you run it. And by using this visual way also to make the code like physically with these blocks, you cannot really do anything wrong. And I think that really helps with experimenting more, and not like this first step of getting into it to make it easier, because I think it's not easy to get into coding. There's very like things you have to get through, and yeah, I think that's something that can improve, and I hope I can help with that a little bit.
Maybe what were the responses? Because I imagine you already played with it, also with kids or youngsters, and what they're, yeah.
Well, what I noticed mostly was because I also made a very nice like written tutorial on this website that they could see, but once I showed them the blocks, no one looked at the website anymore. They just started moving around the blocks. Once you explain like once, like move the blocks like a puzzle and just try it out, you can change the numbers. It already made sense to them. And I'm always really intrigued by how fast kids can learn these things, and like just like start playing around. Once this barrier is gone, they just start playing, which is really fun.
Yeah, were you also, I'm also curious, like the way that we learn like haptically, right? Like through our hands, and works differently than, I guess, than just on the screen. So how did this sort of interaction work for them, or like, yeah, how did you perceive that? Or
because there's these shapes that in a way is like, it's not a general language, but it kind of makes sense to like everyone in a way, that they can just have this like certain rules that are there, like that you physically cannot like connect two things together, but you can with others. You can still see all the possibilities of doing this, and like you can chain 20 of these blocks together, and it might still work, maybe not, it depends on the combination. And like seeing this in front of you, I think the step of still having to type it yourself, like on the keyboard, still helps with like getting comfortable with this idea of writing code. But yeah, like you have this thing that you already made, like you built this already, and it's just like the final step.
Do you want to show it to us?
Yes, I will now. If this can work with the microphone. Can we get the HDMI that I have connected on? Yes, nice. It's not very, the quality I couldn't find to fix it, but we will just like show around the room as well so we can see. So in Hydra, we have different kinds of functions, in this case blocks, and because we always start with the same, I will also move it here, same kind of start, there will be, I feel like a YouTuber like this. But it's just a straight line, and then there's like already this puzzle idea that's going on. So for example, now I have a nice shape that I can put down. I think I need to do it opposite way. And then we have 2 of these. They're green and yellow, because if you're at the next step and you're already looking at the documentation, you can find a nice list of all the functions in Hydra. And you can look up, like, this color is a certain category. I think this one is the colors, and the yellow ones are the geometry functions. So in the beginning, it might not make sense why they have these colors. It just looks nice, which is also fun. But maybe I want to rotate the shape. So it's a very nice, smooth connection. So feels like that would make sense if I were not someone who knew what was happening. Let me find something fun here. And then let's give it a nice color as well. And not to forget, we always need beautiful output. This way. Oh, it's hard doing this upside down, but then of course we're not finished yet, because now I'm gonna type it into the computer. See, there it already goes wrong. And this was the thing I noticed most, is like these little dots. It's really hard to understand what they do there if you don't know, but now they're already squished in between. I shouldn't have written such a long one to write it with one hand, but it will work. Do you want to write it down? I can also be quiet. Thanks. Wait, no, this is distracting me now. I'm reading upside down, so that's why it's hard. I can type, trust me. Let's see if I made any typos. I mean, I did, but that's because I have this one still. But now, even if I didn't know anything about coding, I still wrote my own line of code with these blocks and made something move on the screen, which I think would be very exciting if I didn't know what was going to happen yet, even, because maybe at this point I know what this code like here is going to do, because I know exactly what every number represents. But like being able to play around with this without knowing what's actually going on, I think is a really fun thing. Like, it's like a mystery you're solving, but you're having fun. It's not like you have no idea what's going on because you still have these guidelines. And yeah, that's kind of how it works.
We will talk a bit more later on, but is there an urgent question for Nikki already? Or a semi-urgent question? Okay, thanks a lot, and we'll continue in a bit. Thank you. Then maybe Maxime, who was already holding the microphone for Nikki, so there's already collaboration happening here. Good that you're here.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to be here.
So Maxime over here is a game developer turned creative coder with a special interest in programming education. So there's some shifts there already. Having applied code creatively for over 15 years, he often shares his knowledge, tips, tricks, and lots of excitement in workshops, for instance, with P5. Maxime will tell us more about the interactive learning environment to create flowers with code. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. I wrote down a couple of lines. Hello. I'm Maxime, and I create educational material for teaching programming through creative coding. I've been working on a platform which I'll demo in a bit. It's called Ponder, and it's I'm developing it to be able to present my lesson material. The goal of Ponder is to use magic, aesthetics, design to increase learning proficiency. And I hope that will be clear with the demo. Currently, as an artist in residence at the CCU, I am working on a system called the Flower Garden. And the Flower Garden is a meta language, I guess, for generating flowers. I made Flower Garden to be able to teach functional composition, somewhat maybe more difficult programming concept, to people with zero programming experience. It offers a highly readable, minimal API, which unfolds into a surprisingly powerful creative tool. So yeah, the point is to be able to, in workshops that I've given, I found that there's a lot of basics to explain about programming before you kind of get to the fun stuff. And like, usually you want to like start using loops and things, because then things go kind of wild, but the syntax there is already quite difficult. Lots of semicolons, lots of curly brackets and everything, right? So I made a little system to be able to write this kind of stuff a lot simpler, and it uses flowers as a basis to have a sort of logical intuition as to how the different bits connect. And the way that leads to function composition is to be able to reuse specific parts of the flower that you've drawn and be able to reuse those parts. So a simple example is you might have a petal, and you can put the petal inside a ring, and then you get a ring of petal. But you can also write your own function called myPetal, and then you can add a couple of different things, a little seed, make it a different color, and then you can put that function inside a ring, and then those also turn up in a circle. And then you can make a flower, and then you can put the flower in the ring, and then you get a ring of flowers, and in the end, it's kind of fractal, a lot of control, and you'll have some really cool effects with quite little code. So, yeah.
I think we should see it, right? If that's
Yes.
possible.
Yes, I hope so.
Should I hold your mic?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Ah, thank you. Yeah. So, let me show you from the top. So, yeah, this is Ponder. And yeah, I'm currently working on Flower Garden as lesson material. It's not fully done yet, the material itself, but the system is there. So essentially you've got a couple of lessons. I set it up like slides where here you just have some explanation, and then on the right side you got a little editor. You can change stuff around here. Let's say make the my nails are a little big for these somewhat small keys. All right, here we go. Boom, and then the radius increases of the little flower. You get to like move this around, zoom in and out. All right, and then yeah, there's a couple of lessons where you just kind of show the different functionalities of the system. This explains how the elements work and how they kind of compose and go on top of each other. Show you how you can change the colors, get a bit of variation going. Try and include like little challenges to kickstart the idea of playing around with it in a creative way, right? Obviously, you really want people or the kids to be able to make their own variation and get a feel of having their own authorship over the kind of flowers that come out. And then here it goes further into other types of parameters that you can use. And eventually, if you're interested, by the way, this is live. You can go to ponder.dev. Ponder is without an E. I came up in the early 2000s, so that's how we name stuff. And because the lesson material isn't done yet, here's the entire documentation, essentially. This is all of the functionality that's in here. If you want to have a look, you can end up making stuff like this. You can animate things, and there's all sorts of cool stuff. But what I was thinking is I could maybe just do a little demo, just show some of the things that are going on here, right? So let's say we'll start with, maybe... Yep. Here we go. If I do this, then yeah. So call the function bud. It draws a bud. If we put a stem before it, we get a stem. And as you can see, then the final element. There's actually only 3 things: stems, buds, and petals, and they all get drawn on top of each other. And so, if I were to change the order here, then you will see that they go in this way. All right. So then in order to be able to change things about this, so let's say we want to have the stem length be twice as long, we can make it twice as long as this. Then what we could also do is we could give it a little bit of a bend. and then it bends around. And then maybe, Mac stuff, huh? All right, here we go. If we do one like this, and we bend it the other way, and we get one that goes like this. Look at that. Isn't that cute? All right, so now this is just like things put on top of each other, but obviously we want to have a bit more power than that. So the ring that I was explaining before, if we take the function ring and put the pedal inside of it, then instead, we'll get a ring of petals. Maybe we'll want to put the bud in front of it so that it doesn't look as weird, huh? No. All right, and then maybe we want to be a little bit mean to the laptop, and we give it a ring count of 100. all right, let's not. Okay. But then, yeah, so the whole function composition trick. My flower. We just copy this bit. And obviously, we can call my flower. What do you think is going to happen? Nothing, exactly the same thing. Yay! Isn't that great? Functions still work the way that we expect them. However, ring of these, then boom. Hey. And well, you can kind of see where that goes, right? You've got ring, we've got repeat. Then we put them on top of each other. Let's see, we've got fork. And we're going to split them into two. And we can make a little bouquet, right? We could say fork. Count how many flowers in the bouquet? What's a nice number? 10? 10 flowers in the bouquet. 190. That's right. Look at that. That's nice. And then, yeah, let's see. I have some more advanced moves. Let's say, should probably multiply it. I want us to do animation. So we've got a wave function. It's a sine function, but it does a wave. We've got the t variable. I got some lovely feedback the other day that probably I should rename t to time. Makes maybe a bit more sense to the kids. I was obviously trying to keep it a little small here, but another cool thing, and this is another variable I'm going to have to think about. We've got f, which will tell you the fraction of the amount of times this flower is called within the fork. What that means is that you'll get a different bent for each. And if we add time to this, then you'll see that they start waving like this. I'm going to actually fan it out a little more. Fork. What did I do for that? Angle? Let's hope it's angle. There you go. All right, and now we've got some dancing flowers. All right. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, I think that shows off pretty well.
Thank you. So, you already mentioned kids. Did you get some feedback from the kids?
Yeah, so I set this up because I was going to do a workshop, and my previous material, I learned that it was for high school kids, and my previous material I thought was it took too long to get to the juicy stuff. So I came up with this, and then, yeah, it turned out I had to do 2 classes, 2 days in a row of entertaining high schoolers for 6 hours, which means that I did get a lot of feedback and a lot of a lot of testing. Also learned a lot about, like how education isn't just all about knowing your craft and being able to communicate that, but also, looking after kids, which I'm sure I'll get better at in the future. No, it was fun. I learned a lot. But yeah, you definitely, yeah. And here's a question I have for the audience, or just people in general. one of the things I've been thinking about is like, what is baseline intuitive to people with zero programming experience, right? So one of the things I did is I decided to use snake case with the underscore here because I think it's a lot more readable than the standard like camel case, right? If I do like, if I write down stem length, I think to me that's less readable. However, if you're asking someone to type this, now for the stem length, all they need to do is a capital L, but for the underscore, they need to do the shift and find the underscore on their keyboard. So these are the kind of things I'm trying to think about in terms of what is more accessible, what's going to create less syntax errors and get less friction in the way of actually getting to the fun parts, which is kind of part of the whole philosophy to try and make the meta language accessible in a way that you get to the meat fast. So that's kind of a question. If anyone has any ideas, opinions on that, I'd be very interested. Emojis? Yes. Wait, can you do emojis as variable names? Yes? In Julia? Really? Oh, okay, well yes, all right, that's actually really good. We'll get the... Oh my God, okay, wait a minute. But you can do I'm sorry, I don't know how to do the emojis on the keyboard here. Does anyone know how to do emojis on a MacBook? Oh no, of course no. I mean just now to test it. Someone was shouting, test it, try it. I know. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's a lovely idea. Thank you so much. Command control space. I think I have an emoji here actually. Let's see. Oh, this might be a mistake I'm making. Hold on. Let's go. Oh, no, not that one. This is kind of very weird. No, okay. My current setup has some issues with that, but I will definitely look into that. Currently I'm using... Oh, sorry. I'm currently using the lovely P5JS widget that I found some genius put that open source online quite a while ago, actually, like a couple of years ago. It's beautiful. I've been able to use it very well, but I am going to look into making my own one. Just get the code mirror up and see if I can, get this emoji variable assignment going. That'd be very cool.
Some more questions or suggestions for the future of the flower garden? Yes.
Actually, I have a questions because I think that I'm one of the potential target kids that you were mentioned about. Yes, because I have quite a lot of struggling when learning coding stuff, and actually my biggest question, and that's also the reason why I'm coming here today. My question is, what is the starting point to learning code? I mean, because it's really broad, and like after my second year learning in my university, I was updated like more knowledge about coding, and it make me feel like it's a complicated net, and there are also so many things that connected to each other, like Touch Designer. And today I was introduced a new tool called Sonic something. And like, there are so many things in the ocean of knowledge, and it's make me feel like what I already know is a pinch of knowledge in the coding. So where's the smartest point to start learning creative coding?
Yeah, well, I actually had a friend of mine ask me a very similar question. They kind of asked me like, what is programming? And my brain froze. I was thinking of so many like different things that you can answer to the question. What is programming? Where to start? How to do things? What is the full thing that entails programming as a goal, as a pursuit? But I have a quite easy solution. I have a quite simple answer, which is what really worked for me when I started learning programming. I started out learning programming because I wanted to make video games. So I got myself Flash, learned how to make Flash games. And that was a starting point for me as a teenager. The reason why that worked is, or at least what I think really helps, is goal-orientedness. Have a specific thing that you would like to achieve with the code. Coding, I actually think, is very similar to learning a language in terms of like just a language from a different country. Is much easier if you have a necessity. If you're either in the country and no one else is going to speak English to you, if you have a partner that you want to be able to communicate with, if there's a will, there's a way, and it's much easier to focus on what to achieve. So in terms of learning programming, I think it's very useful to have a goal. Now, obviously, it's still a good question, what is a good goal? And my answer here would be to use something like creative coding to be able to do this. So yeah, the other workshop that I've set up is essentially an introduction to programming through creative coding. And it really focuses on how to be able to draw things, animate things, do creative coding in P5GS, and it doubles as an introduction to programming itself by being focused, right? So you say, hey, I wanna have a canvas to draw on. How do I make a canvas? Well, you make the canvas. I want to give it a background color. How do I give it a color? And then every time that you get to a new point, you have a new question to ask. And once you know the exact question to ask, Google is your best friend. You can often end up, there's a lot of self-studying that you can do. Obviously, it's nice to have something fully made, which is what I'm trying to have available here. But yeah, if you're interested, yeah, here, go definitely check out Ponder, PUNTR.dev, DEV, bought the domain name last night. Very proud of that. Yeah, feel free to have a look at it. I would love to hear what it's like as an experience without it being a guided workshop. I have used this material as a guided workshop, but I think it does stand on its own. If you prefer audiovisual input as opposed to reading, which I do myself, I am planning to turn these into YouTube videos. I've got a YouTube channel as well. It's called Creative Coding with Maxime. Part of why I made this was to be able to streamline my tutorials on there. So my plan is to turn these into videos as well, and then they'll just be chapter by chapter, follow along, and you can then use the website to do your own experimenting with the programming. So that's an answer, right? Not really the answer, but of course there isn't really such. But it doesn't take away like the sort of fear of missing out in terms of the huge amount of possible things that you can do, right? The huge amount of ways of languages, choices, things, what is smart to do, and just in general, usually just pick one. Once you learn one language, it's not that hard to switch to another. There's not that much like specific specialty that you'll build up in one area that is difficult to transfer. I think a lot of it is about finding the confidence to be able to tell yourself that you can do this. And actually, yeah, maybe that's part of, for me, for Ponder, is to be able to address people who potentially feel, who often come to me and they're like, oh, I'd love to learn this, but I'm really bad at math, or like find logic intimidating. And my hope is to be able to entice people that come to this more from a designer approach. Because to me, in the end, developers, designers, we're all problem solvers. And there's a lot of ways in which that type of thinking can be transferred. In fact, there was a research once that I read about where they looked at people that had proficiency in languages versus proficiency in mathematics. And then they checked, they didn't have any programming experience, and then they tried to teach them some programming, and then later tested what their information retention was, and it turns out that proficiency in languages is a higher predictor for ability to learn a programming language than proficiency in mathematics. So yeah, that's part of the philosophy here.
Wow, there was a whole workshop.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. That was amazing. Thank you, Maxime. We will continue in a bit. Then I would like to ask Michelle if you would like to join me on stage. So Michele is part of Kite Education. They provide technology lessons to children and youngsters and invite to experiment them with new technologies and fantasize about their social applications. To broaden the kids' horizons, informed by art and culture, and to contribute to developing 21st century skills. And you organize your activities here at the Hofbogen, very close by, so we're neighbors. Do you want to say a bit more about
I've never heard it in English before, so that was...
I was translating a bit from it's not a perfect translation.
No,
but
it's fine, it's fine.
You can add. And you also brought something.
Wait, it's behind my chair.
Something I recognize
no,
from
it's going to be very silly, but okay.
Distant past.
I brought the Furby. Yeah. Is
it a refurbished Furby? Or?
A bit. It's not the old school Furby, but it's the new school Furby. It's broken, but that's exactly why I brought it, because we use it with the children. We teach peuters, kleuters, I don't know how to say that in English, preschoolers, toddlers. Yeah. A lot about technology, and all the children, of course, as well. But this is very interesting to them, this Furby, and everything that's beneath, and that's what I'm going to tell in my presentation also.
Yeah?
Yep. Should I start?
Do you want to show something?
Yeah.
Also, for the people online that are joining us, you can still ask questions, and I will magically get them on stage. Shall I hold the mic, or is it...
I just have to click, so
okay,
I think
that will work.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michele. I work with Kite Education, and we have our own atelier in the Hofbogen, very close by. It's called the Klooi Atelier, where we do a lot of klooien. I don't know how to translate that. Klooien. Sorry, what did you say? Fucking around. Yeah, sure. Sure. So we teach a lot of different groups, from toddlers until the last age of high school, so 17, 18. Sometimes a typical day looks like this, where we make magical knikkerbanen, and it's a big explosion of everything inside our own atelier. But sometimes we organize events for the older children, and we don't do it in our own studio, but we do it in het Energiehuis in Dordrecht. Is the art tech tour, where high schoolers get acquainted with art. Sometimes we do it in Vlaardingen, in het Voedselbos. And we teach them how to make their own lemonade, and they build their own lemonade factory or soda factory with the tubes, and they filter water and how to learn. So a typical day is quite diverse, I would say. But I'm talking about this Furby. And why I want to talk about this Furby is because there's one thing that we do and we think is very important, and that there needs to be an element of surprise in our workshops. And undressing this Furby, what toddlers find very funny, is the element of surprise, I would say, in a typical workshop we give. It's called Bleep Bleep. And we take off his coat, and you see it in the picture as well, and we look what's underneath his skin. So I'm going to do that as well now. Ta-da! Together with the children, we look at what we are looking at. What are we seeing? What are all these parts that are broken, hanging loose? What is this? Normally it's like this, of course. What's this thing doing here? Are these still eyes, or is it something else? Are these still ears, or is it just plastic? And we try to discuss what are we looking at and what is inside our toys. I can be very fancy about it, but the most questioned thing I'm getting is, where is his butt? So it's here. That's still working with very young children. This is most of the time the most exciting part of the workshop, of the Bleep Bleep workshop. But after we do the introduction and we undress the Furby, we ask the children, within the sort of game with dice to make their own parts of a computer, because we're talking about computers and what is in the inside of a toy, and is this a computer or is it not a computer? Like, what is the difference? They make their own parts. Maybe you can see it a little bit on the screen, but these are different parts of the computer, like gears and wires and lights and these kinds of things, and they make their own. And in the next step, they build their own computer. So they squish the Play-Doh a bit together, and we attach a makey-makey to it. This is the makey-makey. We attach the makey-makey to the computer, and because Play-Doh is conductive, and the teacher holds the earth button, when they hold the hand of the teacher and they press their own computer, and because it's conductive, the computer will make a sound, and it's a very magical moment, maybe even more magical than undressing a Furby. And we try to have a conversation within an hour with very young children about technology, about computers, about toys, and about electricity and circuits. So yeah, that's a small thing we do in kite education. Yep.
Thanks a lot. I think if it's well, if you want to stay, you can. Yeah. No, I was thinking that a bit similar to Nikki. It's also really combining these more haptic moments of
and making it visual, because if you can't read or write yet, or maybe you can write your own name mirrored, but that's the only thing. You need to make it visual. You need to see what we're talking about. So yeah, I think that's a connection we have. Yeah.
What was the most surprising question that you ever?
They ask a lot of things that I don't know.
Yeah.
So they ask me, why is this and why is that and why doesn't it work and why? I don't know.
And then it's also okay not to know.
Yeah, it's okay not to. It's okay not to know. Maybe frustrating for the kid, but I don't know.
Continue asking and continue to do so.
Yeah.
Any questions or ideas for future workshops for kite education? Yeah.
Hello, thanks.
Hi.
Yeah, I was really curious about the makey-makey. It looks like a really good idea to me. Is this something you made, or that's something that's been available for some time?
I have one in my bag. I can show you later if you want. But it's like a small mini computer that takes over the keyboard of the computer, and that's why you can attach conductive things like water or a lot of bananas online. If you search it, banana makey-makey, and you can replace your keyboard with makey-makey, and we use Scratch as a program because it works a lot with these blocks, like you were telling me. It's a very visual way of them seeing how programming is done. So, I can show you later if you want.
All right, cool.
All right.
Thanks.
Wow. Made by MIT. Yeah.
Made by MIT. And actually, I think we have a perfect bridge, because we're talking about Scratch already.
Right.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay. It was great. We will get back to you in a bit. Because we've been sitting all day, and maybe we have to move a bit more. So I would love Alvin to come to the stage, and maybe we can talk a bit about the Body Scratch Academy. I will just briefly introduce you. Alvin designs ways for people to learn through their moving body when their educational and work environment is not facilitating it. I think there's a lot of us who recognize this. Intervening at the cross-section of play, embodiment, and technology. With this scope, Alvin puts in practice diverse disciplines such as game theory, human-computer interaction, UX design, and choreography of interaction, always starting from the need of moving the body. We should really stand up, actually. Well, let's do it later. After completing your studies in Paris and also Design Academy in Eindhoven, Alvin now works as an embodied e-learning entrepreneur and educator. You're also the founder and managing director of Body Scratch, a digital gaming service to learn code via dance challenges. You're also the co-founder and VP at Whistle Incubator, the first online incubator that helps Caribbean entrepreneurs build businesses with a design thinking approach. And you're also a regular sharing your vision at Choreographed Reality. Yeah, and Body Scratch is an immersive game for the youth to learn programming in a full body experience. I'm so excited and I'm so happy that we saved this for the last presentation of the day. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for the introduction. So yes, I'm Alvin, and I'm from Guadeloupe, French Caribbean. I grew up there, and then I moved to Paris to study design, creative things, basically, and I stumbled upon design. And back then, I was starting to be interested in coding by just, I mean, some of us don't consider it, but I started making websites. And so I was already in high school. I started making websites, and then along the way, I kind of lost the hang of it. And then when I moved to Paris and then to Eindhoven to study at the Design Academy, I was like, hey, I think I could make good use of picking up programming again. So I studied Python and processing. And quickly, I got super frustrated of spending hours in front of my laptop when I'm somebody that loves movement, that is quite proficient in learning through that medium. And so I was thinking, okay, for my graduation project, I'm just going to call friends programmers, call friend dancers, and see what flows we can create for processing. So we call it body processing. And then when I graduated in 2018, then I had a foundation asking me, can you teach this to kids? And that's when the first ideas of Body Scratch came up. And so we made a game, basically where by dancing, you literally generate code. So the abstracts your movement, and certain gestures correspond to certain concepts, like loops, conditionals, etc. And so you don't need to just think about it, but you can move it, and it will create a code, and you can make games, animation. It's like Scratch, but by dancing, basically. Yeah. So I can show. Yeah.
That would be great.
So I can show some images. I actually prepared a kind of whole background presentation, but I'm not sure how much is necessary. I'll just go through it quickly so I can show you the final videos. So this has been one of the main questions I've been trying to answer. Okay, do we actually need a keyboard and a chair to program? And why I came up with that question is because when I studied coding, I was like, how come I'm spending so much time in front of my laptop, sitting all day long, where when I was a kid, before to even speak, I was a break dancer on the floor, you know. That was my language. And so, and when then I go to the classroom, I see a lot of kids that just cannot contain that energy. They just need to move around and just do things, you know, with their body. And so for me, this art house in Eindhoven, when they reached out to me to teach it to kids, I found it a really good opportunity. And so it was a big contrast because what I've been seeing from also being involved in the entrepreneurial journey is that society formats through education us in just basically going into work hard, play hard mode. So that's what we learn from school. So we try and kind of get all day on the laptop, and then we try every now and then to go, okay, I'm gonna go into the gym, I'm gonna do something, and it's just like a split lifestyle. I'm not going to the gym, by the way. I don't know if you, but that's kind of what is imposed upon us, and in a very subliminal way. And I was thinking, okay, we are kind of actually having this behavior where we do things separate. We work in a very not so good way for our body, and then we push it, just like we eat some burgers and Flammkuchen, and then we go eat a smoothie behind it, you know. And so my question is, and it's again linked to programming, but in a broader sense. Just like we can aim at eating healthier throughout the day, can we also how can we move more internationally throughout the day? Okay, so it's kind of form of diet in a way. Yeah. And so I started before to go teach to the kids. I started teaching embodied interaction design at the Design Academy, and that slowly led me to a practice that I considered design as the choreography of the tiny things in life. So things are already there, you just need to place them in, accordingly to recreate things. And that's what you were mentioning earlier, choreographed reality. Basically, I try to always play between, intervene between play, embodiment, and technology. So it's a lot of words, but what that boils down to is you don't need coding to learn programming, just like you don't need typing to learn writing, basically. And so I will showcase to you a demo video, and then afterwards I will showcase to you how it looks like today. So this is kind of one ideal version, and then I will showcase to you what the kids are learning at school and at educational service providers and foundations today. Yeah. Okay, the video is this one? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to quickly go to the website. That would be maybe easier. So basically, if you're familiar with Scratch that Michel was mentioning earlier, it's basically blocks of code that you can create to make games, animations, and stories, and so on. And what you see is two kids. Obviously, for a demo video, I took two kids that are already comfortable with moving, but they didn't know anything about programming. And so together we came up with gestures to map to blocks of code so that they could create a game from that. And that's what we've been doing. And it's a part of a game that is already existing in Scratch. It was just to demonstrate it. So that is in essence the concept. Now the product. Oh yeah, it's here. Yeah. Let me show here. Yeah. So on the left, you see at the Philips Museum in October, we were there. And on the right, you will see at the festival, the Vitekville Festival in Eindhoven, basically different setups of the same game and certain gestures that the kids are doing to learning, to either create characters, either create backdrops, or apply certain loops or certain blocks to start the sound and all these kind of things. Now they run the code literally. So they are basically animating a ninja that is scared about a dragon flying around. Now what you just saw him doing is literally adding a sound component. So he's going to the category sound. So he opens all the blocks of sound and then he adds the start sound like a DJ would do. And on the right, similar. So we see a bit better the ninja right here. And yeah, in the tutorial modes, you see me suggesting certain gestures to create blocks of code and characters, etc. So now I'm adding a delay in the code, just like this. And we saw that not only kids were hyper interested in it, or hyper is maybe is a bit too big of a word, but also we received a solicitation from 2 elderly homes that were like, hey, can they play with their grandchildren? And that would be, yeah. So we are exploring that as well. It might require rebranding, but yeah. So yeah, that's in a nutshell for me. If you have any question, thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you. I think it's super interesting when we're it's nice that you started with the picture of the baby, because when we learn, we're learning through our senses and through the body, and it's just a bit sad that we forget about that a lot. So it's interesting also, I was thinking, yeah, kids, but then indeed also, I think when we grow a bit older, it would be great to get back to that as well. Are the kids better at it than us grown-ups?
In the game? It depends, actually. We've been having, especially when we do sessions at musea, we've been having adults totally into it. So it's just a matter of how much you feel comfortable with moving in front of others. Kids usually do it easier. It starts becoming complicated from 10, 11 years old because of peer pressure. But yeah, we have adults and we have kids from yeah, even 4. There are videos of kids of 4 or 5 years old that are already running the code, and I'm like, what the fuck, you know? So yeah, it really depends, and it's hard from a business perspective. It's also hard to find a focus in a way, because there's a lot of varied population, varied demand. So it's like, okay, what do we need to do? How do we need to? Who do we talk to? Who do we help? And yeah, so we deliberately said, okay, we focus on schools and foundations, and for the rest, we'll see how it evolves. Yeah.
And then maybe also they will teach their parents or their
yeah.
neighbors. Or
Yeah.
Do you have any questions here in the audience or online? Yeah.
I just wanted to say it was just so nice to see the kids have such a great time. It's hard to get kids that excited about programming, honestly.
Yeah, it is, and what's the main thing is, once they figure that their moves is directly influencing the game, that's the biggest mind blown in their heads. They're really transported, and so it motivates them to actually learn programming because they have a direct action on the game, and then it's a matter of them understanding that they don't move the character directly, but they move the code that will move the character. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what did you say? The Connect.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it works on mobile, like it's on Android and iOS right now. Yeah. But you need an account from us to play.
You can get an account.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and one thing that I was mentioning to the guys earlier is, actually yesterday I had a workshop, because I still do a lot of testing sessions. I had a workshop in a classroom where I said to the kids, it was the 3rd session I had with them, and I was like, hey, so we are going to play the game, but I'm going to give you instructions, and you act like I'm not in the classroom. So I made a Discord desk, and whenever they had a question, they had to come on the phone and write to me like I was on the support desk, and then figure it out themselves. So I was not answering any questions directly. They had to figure it out or ask via the chat. And that was also very interactive and very helpful in just engaging them. Yeah.
That sounds great. Yeah. In that case, maybe I have a question for all of you, because I think it's all really beautiful examples of kids and youngsters learning about coding in different ways, or about technology or hardware as well. And I was wondering, like, how do you, because you also yourself learned how to code, or you started with it one day. Like, how do you see this, like, a younger generation learning maybe differently than you did before, or having a different relation also to coding? Or Nikki?
I think now it's easier to get access to role models. Maybe you find people online who you see
people
do
like
something.
you.
I hope so. That would be great. But yeah, I remember not knowing anyone who did like their little HTML website with Flash game like embedding when they were like, I don't know, 9, 10 years old. And if I knew, like, I don't know, maybe now you have like YouTubers doing really cool things, or maybe social media, people see people do things, and it can be really inspiring and make things more accessible, I think.
So I ran into someone, and they showed me they were interested in learning programming, and they had it was like Duolingo, but for HTML. Like you were learning a language, and I looked at it, and I was like, I don't think that's gonna work. So there are also new modern ways in which you can learn programming that actually aren't that helpful. In fact, there is a lot of stuff that is obviously promises to you that you can learn a lot. I have quite a bit of skepticism around boot camps, around like a lot of paid for material. I personally learned everything for free. And I think that that should always be possible and always be available. It's obviously hard and harder to search for that kind of stuff. But I do think it's a good point to look out for that. As much as there are new and exciting ways, there are also new and not so exciting ways. Sorry for the downer note there.
Maybe it's also like part of their curriculum already. So when we visit a lot of schools and we say, yeah, we're going to use Scratch, like I'm boring them a bit because they know already. So I'm not going to say it's easier than we were maybe when we were growing up, but it's more common to learn about these things nowadays, and it's more common to learn about them like in their regular school program. So yeah, maybe like that. Yeah.
I might get on the opposite spectrum than Maxim. I think that there are a lot of solutions that I see nowadays where kids are learning from trained teachers, AI teachers that train about or understand their own patterns and give feedback based on how the kids behave in learning, whether it's mathematics or whether it's whatever topic. And I find it already quite impressive that they can just be at home and have a personal dedicated teacher give them hyper-personalized feedback. And of course it has its limits right now, but
are you optimistic about that future?
I think for a lot of kids it will be helpful, definitely, especially if it remains free, and I join him on that, because otherwise it creates a bigger gap. My only concern is how much more time do you spend on screen?
Yeah.
And so that's why Body Scratch is here. Yeah.
Maybe another last brief question to you. Like, what you really intrigued, or something that you think is interesting about each other's project? Maybe one thing that you remember from each other's project that you may bring to your own practice as well. Something that comes up.
From Michel's project, I really like actually unpacking what's underneath, because it generates literally curiosity. And that's when you get them hooked, and when they really feel more agency to actually create and do whatever. And I think doing it in a physical way is very direct, and I really think it's good. Yeah, start off with
Something else? Yeah, only if you want. you can also think a bit more about it.
I think they all have some way that it makes it exciting to do, but also I think it's nice. There's not really a way to do it wrong, I guess. Also, if like you can move wherever you want and see what happens, or you can have an idea in your head, or you make a beautiful flower, you make an abomination that doesn't even look like a flower, or maybe you prefer like the skin of the Furby, you find it more interesting. It really depends on where you want to go. So I like that there's freedom in all of those things.
I really liked about Nikki's project the way in which the physical tiles, the way that the functional flow, that the data flow was represented by the physical structure of the puzzle pieces, and the way that you can use that to design the way that they fit together. I guess Scratch kind of works in that way as well, but it never really clicked for me that way. And I really loved seeing that with the tiles, the way that you can make that chain, and that the out one, the out chain is a closing one, and that way you can see that the loop is full because there's no little nibble sticking out anymore, and you know you've got like a good sequence. I thought that was really cool, and I might use that as a design element in future projects I have.
I like about Everybody project that like the experimental part about it is very important, and you cannot do anything wrong. So I think everybody kind of has that. And what Alvin was saying that, and what Maxime actually also was saying, that you have your product and the thing you want to accomplish, but you also have a group of children you have to manage. And by letting them move, I think that's a genius idea, to be honest. And yeah, great. I like that a lot. Yeah.
I think what you really, all the four of you, really managed very well is to encourage us to keep playing in many different ways. So thanks a lot for that. I think it's time to sort of wrap up. Can we do the last exercise? Okay, so I would love to learn from you what you either learned today or what you would like to learn tomorrow. And you can write it down. Should we? Yes. And then what we are going to do is to pass it to a neighbor, what we wrote down. Yeah. So you can either write what you learned today or what you would like to learn tomorrow. It doesn't have to be, I mean, maybe you learned something outside. It doesn't need to, like maybe you met someone on the street in the break or... So in the meantime, I will. I also made some notes of what I learned today here at the symposium. So coming back to the themes, discussing web tools, machine learning, world building, and creative education. I think they're all about learning and the ways in which we learn with technology, with the work of peers or previous generations, with histories of creative coding that are sometimes forgotten, but that may still inform the ways in which we work, with what kind of tools, how we learn, but maybe also unlearn habits. For instance, by using our body more often, by taking a critical stance to the technologies and environments we work with, and maybe don't want to work with. And I also noted from previous talks how to listen to visual echoes of previous generations as objects to think with. That time is a real factor, and it's worthwhile to make room for slow practices as well, such as weaving patterns. Taking the time to learn can be a form of resistance to production and efficiency modes that were often captured in. This was by Bérénice. Community can give us purpose, support, resources, and friendship too, as Leah said. But I think the main question remains, how can we continue to always be learners? And how can this be a lifelong process? And hopefully with this, both local and global communities. Yeah, okay. That was, oh no, and I also wrote down, design as a choreography of the tiny things in life. We will have to remember that. It's okay not to know as well. Just pick one language to start with. And new generations have new models or role models. Let's see, they're probably in the room. So did everyone, sorry, I was talking a lot, maybe I cannot write when someone talks, so I hope that wasn't too disturbing. Does everyone have a pen or like pass them around? Do we need more, yeah? Writing, old school writing utensils. Do we still have to carry them around in our bags? Who still needs to write? You're still waiting for a pen? Okay, someone can share, yes? Tool sharing going on here. Please make sure that your neighbor can read what you wrote. Sorry, that was an extra level thing. Are you ready? Okay, are we done? Then I would like to ask you now to pass on what you wrote to your neighbor, and you can figure out how to do this so that you all end up with a new piece of paper. So, okay, someone who has two has to share. Okay, is this working out? You can also swap them, of course, if that's easier. Do you all have a new thing to learn in your hands? Okay, who would like to read? Oh, there's still some swapping going around here. Who would like to read what they just received? Do you want to read what you just received? Oh, you don't have anything. Okay, so we failed. Who would like to read? You want to say what you just... Oh, I found one person here. You still need to... Okay, this is yours. Oh, okay. Do you want to read it?
Sure. My paper says you can add emojis into the code.
You can add emojis into code. Do you want to... People still writing. Sorry, maybe I didn't give you enough time.
So, how do we bridge the difference, the gap between you can do nothing wrong, which is needed for experimentation, and the rigid logica of programming?
You want to elaborate on what you wrote?
Sure. What I got from today was starting to learn that you get syntax error and that you're looking for the missing semicolon and that sort of thing. From Maxim's talk as well. I come from a more technical background, and then I got into the artistic part of programming. And for example, the idea of doing function composition, which is you use a function as a parameter to another function, something that it's kind of complicated for someone to understand. You can just like teach them it's like this, but then you get to a point where you actually have to know what you're doing. So I think there's a big bridge there. I think, for example, Niki's solution to have it pre-made so you can do nothing wrong, is great for learning. But then when you have to like apply that, let's say proactively or like creatively to get to an idea, I think there's a big gap in theory or knowledge that's very hard to bridge, right? Getting to understand like what the theory behind all of it, and not just using it as a tool you use without actually knowing what's behind. Just like using the Furby without getting to know its insides.
That's something you learned, but I think something that you're exactly. It's also a question for the future. One more learning from someone else. I think maybe we're just done talking. Sure. I think it's also I'm also over time, so I'm just gonna wrap it up now. So today I think could be considered as a long rehearsal at gaining skills to learn actually about creative coding, but also how to foster a community, how to learn from previous generations, how to pass on knowledge, but also finally how to learn from new generations, as I think the four of you also beautifully shown to us. That we want to listen carefully as well, as we all become learners of the future. So yes, that was enough talking for today. I want to thank the speakers and also the previous speakers from before. I want to thank the whole Iterations team. And I want to thank you all for sharing and listening. And we will continue the night with performances. And then hopefully we will get some sleep. I wish you very good sleep as well. And then, yes, then we will continue tomorrow with the second day of Iterations. I don't know if Fabian or Vera want to add something. No, this was it. Okay, thank you so much. We will continue in 10 minutes. Wow.
Hello, everybody. Woo! So, everybody woken up. So we're gonna do 4 performances right now till about 12. All the performances use code for sound or for visuals also, depends on the performance. Some code is live coded, so typed live. Some performances have code that is prepared. It's different things. We're gonna start with a performance from Mitsitron. Then we have a performance from Sebastian, aka Eerie Ear, and Rafaele Andrade on the cello. After that will be a performance from me and Saskia. I don't know where Saskia is, somewhere here, hopefully still. Outside, fine. And we'll end with a performance from Niki, also known as Nikilia, and Wilbert, also known as Lil Bleep. And you can start. So enjoy.
Ooh. Okay.
I'll just watch the volume.
Mm-hmm.
Do I reach I am so happy. I am so happy that you came here tonight. I am so happy that you came here to listen to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am so happy. I am so happy that you came here tonight. I am so happy that you came here to listen to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to be bigger. I don't know what to do with all this energy. I was taught to be scared of it. I'm just a small creature. I am just a small creature trapped inside it. A body. It's like you don't exist, but you exist. You have a body, but you are. You have a body. No, body up. For me, great. Oh my God, what the fuck? For me, great. Oh my God, what the fuck? Anyway.
I like it so much. I like it so much. Thank you. I like you. Madame, a lot. I like Madame, a lot. That's what I do in life. That's what I adapt my voice. What? What?
like this. Almost.
But did this even happen this way? Did she say this? Did she know me or I don't know. I just wanna go to the corner, go another corner, and suddenly the
Do I need to be stronger? Do I need to be stronger? Do I need to be oversized? Do I need to shrink? Do I need to shrink? Do I need to be something more? Do I need to be something less? Do I need to stand out? Is that okay?
Thank you.
Legalize nuclear bombs. 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 Legalize nuclear bombs.
We just nuked the building. 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 Legalize nuclear bombs. Legalize nuclear bombs. Legalize nuclear bombs. Legalize nuclear bombs. Legalize nuclear bombs.